WWE have left Australia now. Good chunk of the roster are back in America, but there's also a good chunk of the roster that is currently in Japan. They're over in Japan doing some shows, live events over there. So the roster, a little bit split at the moment, but yes, we've still got plenty of star power on SmackDown tonight. And actually that means that we can just jump over to our preview. So if we go over to the WWE website, here you can see that we've got a little bit of a preview, not much in all fairness, but a little bit of a preview. So we've got WWE Champion Cody Rhodes is going to be kicking off SmackDown. We got Jacob Fatu locking horns with Drew McIntyre. And we've got Charlotte and Alexa defending their women's tag titles against Sol Ruca and Zaria. Now, I think it's kind of clever to have Sol Ruca and Zaria on because obviously with a chunk of the roster in Japan, it means that we don't have everyone at our disposal. So bringing up like a couple of NXT talents and really good NXT talents as well. I actually think that was really good forethought by WWE. So they're getting their opportunity this week. So we all know how good Sol Ruca is. Zaria has got like some good aura to her with her entrance and her look. So that'll be fun. I'm definitely down for that match. Jacob's injured, right? Now, I didn't know what we were going to be doing with Jacob, but I do now. Literally about 10 minutes ago, word has come out as to what's going to actually happen tonight. But yeah, don't look forward to that match because I don't think it's a spoiler to say it ain't going to happen. Jacob Fatu is injured. He has, the rumors were doing the rounds yesterday that he has picked up an injury that was not wrestling related, but yet they were still promoting this match and building this match and talking about this match. We've found out what's going to happen now. I don't want to say about what's going to happen. I think I'm just going to leave it for the start of the show. But yeah, spoilers doing the rounds online. The one thing I would say is don't get too invested in the idea of that match. That match is not happening. Jacob Fatu is injured and is expected to be out for the rest of 2025. We spoke about that in the latest Unseen, but that was kind of doing the rounds yesterday. And I was confused. I mean, I didn't really understand why they were still promoting this match. I still don't understand why they've been promoting this match. Certainly now that we know that this match is not going to be happening. So anyway, that's a match that was going to happen, but it's not happening now. Cody Rhodes is kicking off SmackDown. Charlotte and Alexa against Sol Ruca and Zaria. For the record, WWE are still saying this match is happening, but dirt sheets have found out what the actual plan is, and so we know we know where that's going to be going. Again, I'm not going to give the spoiler on that. I don't really see the need, what with us being so close to SmackDown, I don't really see the need in kind of like, revealing that. So, right, lovely. Let's get back over to the chats, see where everyone's at. Obviously, we're coming off the back of a pretty mind-blowing end to Raw. Obviously, on Tuesday's show was okay. NXT was okay. We kind of enjoyed that. It was a tape show. It was a bit frustrating with the commercials. It was not the strongest NXT, but it was okay. Evolve Succession, I mean, that women's match, Dave Meltzer actually scored it 4 stars. So Evolve got a 4-star graded match this week. That women's match, which I think is fair. I think 4 stars is probably fair. I might have gone 4.25. It was not a 5-star match, but I'm pleased that he didn't give it like 3.5 stars. I think it was definitely better than that. So Dave Meltzer giving that 4 stars. We also found out that, and actually, I don't even know if I put that in. That's a good shout, actually. I don't know if I've put it in unseen, but we found out what Dave Meltzer has scored John Cena against AJ Styles. We actually have found out now officially what Dave Meltzer thinks of that match, and it is 4 3/4. 4 3/4 stars. And I was laughing at that because I do defend Dave Meltzer quite a bit. And I'm okay with defending Dave a little bit because I think that his knowledge of wrestling is very impressive. I also think that he has been in the wrestling space for decades. I think that people do pay attention to his star ratings, even if people don't want to admit that they do. It is a thing that people pay attention to. And so I'm okay with, like, you know, Dave and still listening to what Dave has got to say. But a lot of people got in touch with Dave to say, Dave, that was amazing. You better not drop the ball on this one. That match was absolutely amazing. It's one of the best matches of the year. Like, it was so emotional. The crowd was so invested. Everyone at home was popping for all the different moves. And it's still come out with 4 3/4 stars. I don't know why you don't just give that the 5 stars. I'll have to listen and see what he says. Maybe there is a criticism, just something in there that he was like, it's just that one thing that just really bugged me. I just couldn't give it the 5 stars because of this. But so he's ended up going flipping 4.75, which it just feels so petty to me. That feels so petty. To me, it's a 5-star match. And I said, like, it's a 5-star match. But, I mean, he did the exact same thing with Shawn Michaels, Undertaker, WrestleMania 25. He gave that, which is my favorite match. He gave that 4.75. So this is apparently equal to Shawn and Undertaker. Which, in that regard, I'm not angry, because I would say that Shawn Undertaker is still my favorite match. This is not my favorite ever match. But I do think it's one of my favorite matches from the year. And there was so much praise for it. So many people had so much fun with it. 4.75. It does feel petty to me to not just go give it the 5. Do you know what I mean? Just give it the 5. But whatever. Dave Meltzer being Dave Meltzer. I don't subscribe to the whole if it was AEW, if it was in the Tokyo Dome. I think that's a pretty fun thing to just throw around and say, but I don't know. I'd be interested to know why he didn't go the full 5 on that. Right, Marveland, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's having a good day. And Scotty said, hope you're well. Shout out to you, and shout out to the chat, says Scotty. Scotty, shout out to you, buds. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Welcome to everyone that's filing in. We've done our preview then for SmackDown. And we've kind of touched on the week a little bit, as we said, that women's match in Evolve getting 4 stars. We found out that John Cena, AJ Styles, 4.75 according to Dave. Up to you as to how you feel about that. And yeah, lovely. Let's get into stuff. So Zane said, I really hope that Ilya returns tonight. I'm a massive fan of NXT UK, and he was my personal favourite. Hopefully he is going to face Sammy and eventually find his path as he can feud with anyone, said Zane. Well, Zane, he could do. The last I heard about Ilya was that he was going to be coming back and feuding with Rusev. So I'm not sure that I'm expecting him tonight against Sammy. I think I'm looking more at the Dominic Rusev feuds. I think Dominic gets past Rusev with the Intercontinental Championship. There's actually word today that there has been a conversation around should John win the IC title. I don't mind if he does or if he doesn't. What we've said about that previous is that I personally push back on anyone that says he needs to win it, right? Or anyone that says, like, he needs it because he needs to be a Grand Slam champion. To me, he doesn't need a mid-card belt, and the Grand Slam thing, we just never talk about. It's not a big deal. John Cena's a 17-time world champion. He has gone so far beyond what being a Grand Slam champion represents that to me is definitely not something he needs. If people want him to have it, that's a different conversation. If people would like to see John win it, then, that's different. But I don't think he needs it. So if he gets it, doesn't get it, Doesn't make any difference to me. Don't give a flip. But apparently there's been talk about whether they should actually give it him or not. Either way, I don't think Dominic's losing that belt to Rusev. So we need to find a way of Dominic getting past Rusev. And we need something next for Rusev. And last I heard, Ilya was going to be fitting into those plans somehow. So I don't know that we see Ilya tonight. I wouldn't get your hopes up. I have not seen any word or rumour that he is at this show. I mean, he could be. But I'm thinking he probably lands on Raw more than SmackDown. So, but I agree with you. Love Ilya. Looking forward to getting back up and running with Ilya. A wonderful talent. Steve said, Daze, Seth must be the most unlucky wrestler ever. He's always missing Mania. With that being said, do we think a Randy heel turn tonight after losing Seth story? Or would you wait for 2026? I think that the Seth story impacts Raw. And I think that whatever's going on SmackDown is kind of separate. So, yeah, I think that we're looking at a separate situation. So, I am leaning towards there not being panic in regards to turning Randy. So, yeah, no, I don't expect that. I don't expect to see a Randy heel turn tonight, unless that was something that they had planned already. I don't think it'll be a response to Seth. Because it's different writing lineup, innit? It's different writing team and everything. So, yeah, I don't expect it to be a response to Seth. Nathan said, if the Wyatts are going to have a match with the MFTs, aren't they going to need a female member? Who would the MFTs get? Well, it feels like they would need a female member, yes. I mean, Nia would make a little bit of sense. Anyone that's kind of connected with the family, if Tamina was still around, she would make a little bit of sense. But, I mean, you could bring in someone, I suppose, that's not Samoan or not Tongan. I mean, I don't think we've got that many Samoans and Tongans around. So, yeah, I'm kind of looking at... I don't know, could it be Nia? The only problem with Nia is that because of the size difference, right? Because of the size difference, that's going to be quite difficult, I think. Nia and Nikki is quite a difficult combo to pull off, isn't it? So, yeah, who do they go and get? It's a good question because we don't have that many Tongans and Samoans around that can kind of come in and help. If we have a look at the SmackDown roster... We've got Alba Fire, Alexa, we got B-Fab, we got Bianca, we got Candice, we got Charlotte, we got Chelsea. It's none of those. We've got Julia. It ain't going to be her. It ain't going to be Jade's. It ain't going to be Michin, or at least I wouldn't expect it to be Michin. It ain't going to be Naomi. Nia obviously feels like the strongest connection. Piper's out injured. It ain't going to be Tiffany, and it ain't going to be Zelina. That's it. That's all the women on the SmackDown roster. You could have a look at NXT. I mean, you've got Ava, but I mean, realistically, is it going to be Ava? No, probably not. Right? So, are we going to call up someone from NXT? And again, I don't even think we've got any Samoans or Tongans down in NXT, as far as I know, in regards to females. So it's a tricky one, that, to be honest with you. It's a tricky one. And it does feel like she is involved in this feud. Do you remember when she was in the background of like Julia and Kiana, right? So she was in the background of those guys. I haven't seen her in the background or around Julia or Kiana for a little while now. So I don't know if we've just given up on that. But it felt like she was going off to do a side quest. But now, I mean, she was getting right in the face of Solo. So, yeah, it feels like she's locked into this feud now. Before, it felt like she was going off for the women's US title. Doesn't feel that way at the moment. So, yeah, I think she is going to be involved. I think she is going to... but she might not actually wrestle. It might be that we do matches and she stands in the entranceway again. And she stands on the outsides. Who she's going to actually tangle with on the outside, I'm not sure. because there's no woman that kind of really jumps out to me. Unless anyone else has got any thoughts, feel free to put them in the chat. CZV said, I can't wait for tonight's show. I think that Jacob's injury, Drew should attack him backstage where the match is called off. It would feel weird, but you can't have Jacob fighting hurt. The expectation is that match isn't going to be happening, yeah. So the expectation is that match is getting changed. So there is a rumor as to what it's being changed to, but as we said, I'm not gonna dig into that. Is there going to be a Raw SmackDown draft this year? No word on any draft. No word on any draft. Daze, will you ever try AEW? There's a pay-per-view tomorrow, says Do. We did AEW from 2019 to 2023, so I've tried it, but I've tried it and it was just getting worse and worse and worse for me. So yeah, I kind of stopped feeling like an interest in it, a connection with it. The stuff I was enjoying about it just got less and less and less as time went by. Listen, I could watch it now and maybe I would find a lot more I would enjoy compared to when I was watching. But of the bits that I see online, there's not much that makes me want to tune back into it. And I'm not really interested in doing it for the sake of doing it. So yeah, no, to be honest, I wouldn't want to go back to it until I knew that I would enjoy it. Otherwise, what you're going to get is me sat here moaning and complaining, and I have just no interest in that whatsoever. Rich said, what do we think about War Games? Well, the report that was doing the rounds was the teams, obviously, we spoke about in Unseen, and I think that largely we're just going to stick with that. I don't see how you scrap the match that was planned, because the match that was planned had like CM Punk, Jay, Roman, it had all these names in. Well, they've still got a feature. You've still got to get them on the card. So what are you going to do with those names? I've seen some people saying, how about we scrap it and we do Wyatt's against MFTs? But, well, what are you going to do with Roman? What are you going to do with Punk? What are you going to do with, these big names? Like Brock Lesnar was meant to be involved in that War Games match as well. Like, you're not just going to throw all of that away and not have those on the show just so you can do Wyatt's MFTs. That's madness. That's madness, right? You've got to get Roman on the show. You've got to get Jey Uso on the show. You've got to, unfortunately, find a place for Brock Lesnar. If he is penciled in to be working that show. CM Punk's got to be on that show. So I think that you've lost Seth, you've lost Jacob. Jacob, I think, was going to be on the babyface team. Seth, I think, was going to be on the heel team. So actually both teams have lost one member. So you could always run 4-on-4 rather than 5-on-5, or you just replace them. You just replace them and you just find the biggest names possible that you can put in to make the teams as strong as possibly can. To be honest, I think with the men's team, I remember it said that it was this person, this person, this person. And then they said it'll either be LA Knight or Jimmy Uso. With Jacob out, I think you go LA Knight and Jimmy Uso. I think they've got their replacement already sorted for Jacob. So I think that team would be Punk, Roman, Jimmy, Jay, LA Knight, bang, done. So no drama in regards to the babyface team. In regards to the heel team, Braun, Bronson, Brock makes perfect sense. Apparently Austin Theory was going to be in that team as well. We think he was going to be joining the Vision. That could still happen, or he could certainly still help that team. But then, of course, Seth, you've lost Seth. So we do need to find a replacement for Seth for that team. But to be honest, I don't think that would be too hard. I mean, you could go and get Aleister Black. I mean, there's plenty of heels that you can turn to, that you could bring in, You could go and get Obafemi if you wanted. What an opportunity that would be for Obafemi to bring him up and have him work Survivor Series. And, another monster added. Braun, Bronson, Brock, Oba. Little Austin Theory. So, listen, I think there's still plenty of options. It doesn't worry me whatsoever about the injuries. I think there's still plenty of options. I have no idea why you would scrap that match now. Not when you need to get those big names onto the show. So I think we're still going with that match. And the women's one was a little bit more weird. That was a bit more like Julia, Asuka, Kairi, Roxanne, Raquel. It was a little bit of like shoving a load of women together. I think it was Io, Rhea. I can't even remember the other baby faces. That one just felt a bit messier to me. But those were the two matches. Cena against Dominic, apparently. I think it was Cody Drew, apparently, as well. So those are kind of like 4 of the matches that have been teased. Whether it goes that way or not, I mean, we have also heard that match is not set in stone. Those matches aren't set in stone. So, again, we're going to have to wait and see. Right. Little Austin Theory. Theory is taller and way better physique than Bron Breakker. Do you think so? You think that he is going to be more physically imposing than Bron Breakker? I'd have to see them side by side. I mean, I do think that Bron Breakker's size, you know, I would like for him to be a bit bigger. But in my mind, they're about the same. They're probably about equal. It is true that Bron Breakker's on a little bit of the smaller side. I would like him to be a little bit bigger. Maybe an open challenge for Drew, said CZV. Well, I don't know how they're going to do it. There is a match for Drew tonight. I'm not sure how they're going to do it, though. Is there any update on Gunther? No, not seen any update on Gunther, buds. Trying to get to WWE said, do we think that Drew comes out to Broken Dreams tonight? I wouldn't think so. I know they're trying to go back to like OG themes, but I think with Broken Dreams, it's such a big thing that I think it'd be a real mistake to just do that. I know that they're trying to revert talent back to OG themes. We've seen that with a few on Monday, but there's certain themes that fans have got a real connection with. I think if you do that, you have wasted a real talking point, because I think that I remember Clash at the Castle, and I remember Drew working so hard to try and get Broken Dreams to feature at Clash at the Castle. And he still didn't come out to it. They did a compromise where there was a video package. So there was a video package that played, and Drew came out after the video package, and it was the video package that used Broken Dreams. And then he came out to his normal theme. So I think if you just revert him back to Broken Dreams and you don't like tease it, build it up, I'd be doing that at a PLE. I'd be doing that probably Survivor Series. Have Drew talk about how, this is a big opportunity. He needs to channel the kind of, when he was at his peak. He's been messed around a lot in recent years, and he needs to go back to when he was at his very best. And there is a way of doing that, and just sort of teasing, a return to Broken Dreams rather than just dropping it on us on a random Smackdown. So he could go back to it eventually, though. People do love that theme. And there was a whole campaign during Clash at the Castle to get him to go back to that theme. Ian said CM Punk next world champion. He stands a chance. I think Bron Breakker stands a chance as well, though. I think Bron Breakker is someone they are trying to build up for the future. I think that Bron made a pretty big statement about wanting that championship. He left the ring with that championship. And if Seth is out the picture now for a while, then, Bron's going to be one of your major heels over on Raw. And I don't know, do you put the belt on Seth and have Bron chase Seth? Do you put the belt on Punk and have Bron chase Punk? Or do you put the belt on Bron and have Punk chase Bron? That might be a way forwards. WrestleMania could be Bron Breakker versus CM Punk. Or Samuel might be in the mix as well. Depends who wins that Royal Rumble. But I'd imagine, they're constantly assessing and looking at the landscape. Injuries, change plans, plans can change, flipping feuds and WrestleMania cards and all that kind of stuff. So, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that, like, Sammy is winning the Rumble. I do think that Sammy's in contention to win the Rumble, but if they feel that it would work better if, say, Punk won the Rumble or something, then, easily. I think Sammy Punk are my two front runners. And, as the situation ever changes, ever evolves, we don't know the knock-on effect that it's all having. So Jacob being out, what's that changed? Seth being out, what's that changed? I mean, it's going to have affected things. It's going to have changed plans. So it's a very, very interesting time at the moment. Very interesting time. Not JPEG said, what are the chances of a Dave Meltzer retirement? I don't think there's much of a chance, to be honest. I think that he's a bit of a workaholic, actually. I mean, if you think of the amount of work that he's done, I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen the picture of his room. It's just paperwork everywhere. I mean, I don't know that if you've loved wrestling as long as he's watched and enjoyed wrestling, and he does love it. He might not love the WWE style, but he does love wrestling. Do you ever just stop and walk away? And if he's going to continue watching wrestling, he's probably going to want to continue to talk about it. And it's one of those where, I don't know, man. It's weird because when you used to work in a warehouse or used to work in a factory, I don't like that's something you can retire from. Your body gets old, you get more tired, you've kind of given everything you can give. Plus also, did those people love doing that? I mean, it was a job that gave them money and, it was what they needed to do. The idea of loving what you do, going to work and enjoying it, I mean, I don't know that was a thing back in the day. I mean, I'm sure it was for many, but not for the masses. I'm can't imagine the coal miners flipping loved going down the mines, right? So, and the factory workers love working in factories. I mean, there's plenty of jobs that people do that they don't enjoy. But when it's something like writing about wrestling, something you're really passionate about, I don't know, when do you call that quits? I mean, maybe if you're like really, really old and it's just all too much for you at that point. But I've got to think this is a field that you can continue working in for pretty much as long as you want. So I don't envisage a Dave Meltzer retirement anytime soon. The Jitters, shout out to you, said with Seth out, is Braun leading the Vision now? As a team, do we think they get someone else to lead? Braun doesn't feel ready, but he needs time. Jitters, shout out to you. I think that we are going to... I think Braun could be the leader of the Vision. I'm going to say could be because we don't know, and to be honest with you, I don't think WWE know. I mean, if the Seth injury is real and we believe it to be real, then we are going down roads we did not expect to go down. We are going down roads WWE did not expect to go down. And, it's one of those where we are going to have to see the scans, which is going to tell us how long he's going to be out for, and then that's obviously going to dictate kind of the next moves. I think at the moment, Bron Breakker is the leader. He's just taken out Seth, grabbed the belt, and walked out the ring. I mean, that says to me, I'm in charge now. I'm done with listening to you, and I'm going to grab this belt, take this belt. This is going to be mine. There wasn't really much about his actions on Monday that suggests that he is willing to pay attention to another leader. I think that if you look at the Shields, when the Shield came in, they were unknown, and we were having to learn about Dean Ambrose, Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns. We were having to learn about those guys because I didn't know them from the developmental, right? I didn't have any visibility on that then. You got to remember, they debut at the end of, 2012? And, there was no network. And I think at that point we were still doing FCW. There was no FCW being shown on TV over here. I certainly had not found it on the internet anywhere. So I was not watching FCW. I don't even know that I had the ability to watch FCW. as far as I know, FCW was only shown in the Florida area, and FCW was NXT before NXT. It was Florida Championship Wrestling. It was the developmental system for WWE, or one of them, the main one. And, you know, a lot of Seth Rollins, like early developmental work comes through FCW, not NXT. And there was no visibility on that. So I didn't know who these people were when the Shield debuted. And so we have to learn about them. And, you know, you just build them up. I mean, you give them wins, you build up their aura. They do backstage. Do you remember their backstage interviews were like on a handy cam, and they would like pass the handy cam around and they'd like be talking down this handy cam. And that would be like a way of them getting some of their promos out. There was also some sit-down interviews we did with them as well. I think the bottom line is Bron Breakker has been on the main roster for a little while now. I think that he is potentially, you know, there or thereabouts to be a world champion. We've already seen him be a mid-card champion. They clearly believe in him. They clearly build him up. They clearly talk very highly of him. I think he can lead the Vision. But I think he probably needs another person coming in the group as a support. I think, you know, and maybe that could still be Theory. I think it's going to be a little bit harder to bring Theory in without Seth, but you can still do it. I just think you've got to be really careful with the relationships between Braun, Theory, Bronson, Heyman. And the reason why I say that is because I think Theory is going to lose quite a bit. And I think that Braun is no nonsense and he will, you know, kick out Theory without even thinking about it. So how do you keep Theory in the group for a while? Because Braun will kick him out if he keeps losing. So he won't take that. I mean, he's just turned on Seth. You know, that was no problem turning on Seth, and Seth hadn't even lost at Crown Jewel. So I think that you need Heyman to kind of vouch for Theory. And I think Braun needs to not touch Theory because of Heyman. And I don't know how Bronson feels about it. I think Bronson being caught in the middle could be really interesting. So actually, I think there is a way forward of Braun being like the de facto leader. Bronson sort of like trying to have a word with Theory as if like, listen, you've got to start winning, right? I understand where you're coming from, that you've had some tough challenges, but if you want to be in this group, you've got to start winning, right? And he's kind of giving him word of advice, but he also knows you're running out of time. Heyman really believes in Theory, so Heyman's pleading with Braun. Braun just wants to destroy Theory. And I think that dynamic could be really interesting and actually quite satisfying as well, because that is the stuff that's been missing from the Vision. That's the stuff that's been missing. And we've said this all along. This is not new. This is not rocket science. It's not hard. I feel like you only have to have watched wrestling for a couple of years and you would get this. You would know this. I mean, you've only got to have watched The Bloodline. You would know this. That, you know, investing in the characters and really fleshing out their relationships, that's where you get a lot of the kind of really satisfying storytelling. And that is what we have not been doing with the Vision. So something along those lines to me seems like it could work. I would believe in that. I could go with that. I would be willing to try that. And but I do think you got to be real careful about the relationships and about how people feel about each other, because that is the secret sauce. That is the most important aspect. So yeah, I like I don't mind Braun being in charge, but I do think you need that support, because if he's going to just come out and just bark, then that I think is going to get real tiring real quick. And I think that, you know, we need to kind of give him a good supporting cast. So is he the leader now? Well, he feels like it. Whether WWE are going to keep it that way, I'm not sure. Do you bring someone else in? I don't know that he's going to answer to anyone else if he's just Merc Seth. So that would be my question there. I think if you do it, it's got to be revealed that he attacked Seth because he wanted this other person in instead. You could go down that road. It could be that he attacked Seth because he wanted Carrion or Kevin, you know, or whoever, right? Obviously, we know Kevin's injured, but, you know, someone of that caliber. Or Finn Balor, right? He got rid of Seth because he wanted this other person instead. You could tell that story, but I feel like it's probably more likely that Braun is taking charge now, and that we've just had to pull that trigger a little bit earlier than we wanted, you know. Ian said CM Punk next world champ. We spoke about that. Best wrestling channel on YouTube. Ian, shout out to you, my friends. I really appreciate the kind words. Yeah, we just listen. I just talk about the things I've read and just let you know the latest that I've seen. And we kind of chuck around a few bits, try to put a few pieces together, try and figure out where things are heading and where we would like them to go, get a few of your thoughts, your theories, see what the community is saying. I think that always gives us a good idea of what the wider fan base, the wider universe are saying as well. So I do always enjoy these little chats that we have where we can actually dig into some stuff, you know. Mayor Pete, appreciate it. Mayor Pete said, did you see the report in The Observer that WWE is starting to use AI? One of the new creative leads has got ties to AI. Yeah, I did. I thought this would come up because it's been pretty big talking point on social media. Again, you know, I don't want to say that we spoke about it, but we have spoke about it. I think it was inevitable. I think, you know, we sit here and we listen to how AI is going to be taking jobs away. And we listen to how, you know, I've told the story about the interview I saw with Elon. So Elon Musk sat down, did an interview, and a very simple question was put to Elon. And that is, if you was going to advise your kids on what they're going to do for a living in the future, right? I mean, obviously, Elon's kids have got generational wealth. They don't need to worry. But if they, you know, needed to start working and training on a profession, something that they were going to grow up to be, what would you tell them to be? And the pause, the silence, the concern on his face was honestly shocking. I was shocked. I mean, when it comes to someone like Elon, I know there's a whole politics thing, right? I know that people, like, you know, you love him, hate him, right? One thing I think we can agree on is that he is constantly working on the cutting edge technology, whether that be with like electric cars or SpaceX, or, you know, he's purchased and runs social media X. You know, he's aware of all the algorithms and all the work there. I mean, the kind of stuff that he's a clever man, and I think he is on the cutting edge of stuff. And I think he, you know, with Grok in particular, is going to have a good understanding of AI, okay? He's going to understand AI. He's going to understand the capabilities of AI, the future of AI. He's going to have had conversations with people about AI. I'm sure he's been very heavily invested in Grok and the development of Grok. And, you know, when he talks on AI, I think it's worth listening to, right? Regardless of how you feel about his politics, put that to one side. When he talks on AI, I think he's worth listening to. So when he got asked this question and he could not answer it, and there was this awkward pause, and you could see him really thinking, and the answer, he was like, I don't know. That actually really worries me. He couldn't think of a job to recommend his kids to start training in that AI is not going to replace eventually. I mean, the answer he ended up coming out with was like a tradesman, was like an electrician or a plumber. And that took him a while to get to. But the belief is even those are going to be replaced eventually. It's just that AI has got to get into some sort of body of some description, some sort of robot, right? Which obviously is much further down the road. But when it comes to writing storylines, writing books, writing anything to do with writing, AI is going to be able to do it, right? Creative writing or digging into history, stuff like that, AI is going to be able to do it. So, you know, when it comes to art, I mean, we're already seeing art being replaced by AI. We're already seeing music being replaced by AI. We've already spoken about how concerning it is that wrestling could be replaced by some kid in his bedroom that's just typing in prompts and getting videos spat out. I mean, AI has exploded this year. And I would say in recent weeks with that, is it Sofa? I can't remember what it's called. But, you know, we keep seeing those clips, don't we? This is the start of something that is only getting worse. If you think this is a fad, if you think this is a bubble, then, well, I mean, this is here to stay. This is it. You don't put this genie back in the bottle now. This does not go away. There is no fight in this. This is a generational leap forwards. This is when the internet came along. This is like when the automobile was invented. This is like when the aeroplane was invented. Like, AI is that next generational leap. And we can say that with confidence because it's already started to replace people at their jobs. And this is still a very basic version of AI that's only going to get smarter and is only going to keep improving and is only going to get better. It was absolutely 1,000,000% inevitable that AI was going to start writing for WWE. Inevitable. Stevie Wonder could see this one coming. Yeah. So there's no badge of honor. There's no round of applause for us saying that it was going to go this way, right? But today we found out that, yes, they have reached out to a company. The company's going to come in. Apparently the company came in about a month ago and they're starting to feed it wrestling stories from the past. They're starting to feed it information so that they can improve the results that they're going to get out of it. There's one result that's doing the rounds. And I really push back, actually, on the internet on this because I think the internet, I don't know. I mean, I can't tell if they're idiots. I can't tell if they're short-sighted. I can't tell if they are just people that hate AI and they just pray for its demise. I can't tell what it is, but obviously the reaction to this has been negative. That's not my reaction. And the story that's doing the rounds is a stupid one, but that's a little bit like saying that the internet is pointless because you've seen one website and all it had on it was like a picture of a duck. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's it. So the very first website that you see is just a picture of a duck and you've looked at it and gone, well, this sucks. Is this what the internet's all about? Is it? This is what everyone's raving about. And it's like, you can't see the bigger picture. You can't see what the internet is going to lead to. You can't see what this thing's going to be able to do. Like, you're really that short-sighted. You can't see. You can't see this. I can't tell if people are idiots or if they're just acting like idiots because maybe they hope AI doesn't take off and doesn't take over, which I could understand. But you're honestly telling me you can't see how this is going to work. You can't see the future for this. Like, that to me is mind-blowing. That is mind-blowing that people genuinely are sitting there saying that, like, this sucks, this is all this kind of stuff. Like, if you want to say it sucks because humans are being replaced, that's absolutely fine. I understand that viewpoint. But I've seen people saying, oh, have you seen what the AI spat out? It spat out this story about Bobby Lashley. And it's like, yeah, because AI is still, like, in its early stages. Again, that's like going onto the internet and seeing a rubbish webpage thinking the internet's going to flop. I mean, are you not thinking 3-5 years down the road? Are you not thinking 10 years down the road when AI is going to be even stronger, right? I mean, at the moment, a storyline it came up with was Bobby Lashley being fascinated by Japanese culture and that being the basis of a story. And understandably, people have gone, blimey now, right? Because of course you would. And I would imagine that Triple H would have that reaction. First of all, Bobby Lashley doesn't work for WWE, right? But the way that you would use AI is you would keep feeding info into it, keep telling it like, yeah, that's good, no, that's rubbish. And even if it takes a year, 2 years, it really does not matter, because eventually it's going to get to the point where it is going to start delivering ideas endlessly that are going to be above what the human mind is going to be capable of being able to do. I mean, surely we've learnt these lessons. There is no human being on this planet that can beat the greatest chess computer. No human being. The best player, the best chess player in the world, Magnus Carlsen, cannot beat the software on his mobile phone. He cannot beat the chess game on his phone. He was on an interview with Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan was like, could you win a game? He was like, no, I don't even play. It's too depressing. I don't even stand a chance. And that's because the chess game on the computer has got the ability to look at every move, think about, if I did that, what would be, where could things go? Do all of those calculations, and is constantly selecting the best move possible in every scenario. Whatever you do, it is constantly finding the best move because it runs all of the available moves. A human mind can't beat that. And that's in chess right now, and has been that way for a while. That is where AI is going to go. AI is going to get to the point where it's going to have all of human history fed into it. Every novel, every literature book, every wrestling storyline, everyone's opinions about those storylines, all being fed into it. It's going to know what storylines happened, how they were received. What it's going to take time to do is to understand all of that. And it's going to spit out like really bad storylines. Triple H's job right now is to have AI in the room with other writers and see what it's saying. And, even if it misses 99 times out of 100 right now and you just get one thing out of it, it's worth having in the room, because next year it might be 80 times out of 100 that it misses. Year after that, it might be 60 times out of 100. Year after that, it might be 50-50. Year after that, it might be better than humans, like 60-40. Year after that, it might be 80-20. And you'll get to the point in 10 years where it's just hitting all the time, because it's endless parameters you can type in. Give me a wrestling story that's never happened before, that is loosely based on this. Here we go. Bang. There's your information. Now, I don't think we're quite at that stage yet, because I don't think AI is advanced enough yet. But to be so short-sighted that you don't think it's going to get where it's going to get to, we can already see the improvements. You look at what AI was doing 5 years ago, look at what it's doing now. You can't tell me there has not been improvement. You look at the videos it's spitting out now. We weren't doing that 5 years ago. That wasn't being spat out 5 years ago. Like, where we are with AI now, I've seen the improvement. I mean, if I think back to when this channel first started, imagine going back like 8 years ago before the pandemic and saying to someone that you could go online, type in, give me a picture of, the city you live in based in a Picasso style, right? And it would just generate that image. Like, that would be like flipping witchcraft. But that's exactly what you can do with AI now, and much, much more. I mean, we've all seen those like pictures and everything. So this was inevitable. That's my honest take on it. My honest take is it was inevitable. This was always going to happen. You've been told this was going to happen. We knew this was going to happen. This is not even a surprise or a shock. My only surprise is it's took them as long as it has to get to this point. But now it's here. It's going to probably be a voice in the creative room. The person that's going to be running it is probably going to be sat there, bringing to the table any new thoughts, any new ideas they've been able to generate. Right now, it's up to Triple H to listen to the room, including what AI is providing, and find what he thinks is the right way forwards. And it might be that a lot of what is said by AI is nonsense, but you could even take something out of it that, you might think is interesting. So, you know, like, for example, Bobby Lashley is, you know, fascinated with Japanese culture. Well, you know, maybe that doesn't work for Bobby because he's not in WWE, but maybe that works for someone else. Maybe there's someone else that could be fascinated in Japanese culture. Like, what if Kiana James was fascinated in Japanese culture? She's been partnered up with Julia. Maybe that would be something that you could explore. So it doesn't work for Bobby, but does it work for someone else? And is there a way of actually it not sounding as ridiculous and actually bringing it more in the real worlds? I mean, I'm literally just using the only example we have been given of what AI has already generated. And, you know, which is, you know, seemingly a rubbish idea. But that's one of endless. Endless. You could sit there and just keep regenerating ideas. This was inevitable. Inevitable. So, to me, I'm just surprised they haven't done it earlier. That's it. I don't think it takes over at this stage. I think it's just a voice in the room. I think it should be there. I think that you've got the opportunity to just generate endless ideas. Why would you not embrace that? That would be like not embracing the aeroplane, the car, or the internet. You'd be an idiot, right? You'd be an idiot to turn your back on any of those when they came along. I think you'd be an idiot right now to turn your back on AI. I think the only thing that would necessarily stop AI is if for some reason we stop making the improvements and developments that we've seen. I don't know what would do that. Maybe a lack of funding. Maybe if, like, for some reason, you know, we just stop developing it. I don't know. I mean, I don't see that happening. But if it just sort of stayed at the level it was at now and there was no more improvements, that could stall it. A little bit like if we had the internet and we always just stayed at dial-up. We never actually got to broadband, you know, and it was always dial-up. You know, that would have, you know, slowed things down. That would have slowed down the progression of the internet, just like with the aeroplane. If that just stayed where it couldn't travel that far, you know, and we weren't like traveling long distances, the jet engine never came along, then, you know, that could have stalled things. So maybe AI, you know, it's going to need further improvements, further advancements. Are they going to come along? I think they do, because we've seen them with cars and planes and everything else. So why would AI be any different? We've seen it with the internet. Why would AI be any different? So I expect that to not be an issue, but that's a potential issue. Or the other one is, obviously, as jobs get replaced, there's going to be more pushback to it. And you're going to have humans like protesting, and, you know, there'll be a pushback there. And that could be interesting. I don't see that happening for a long time, though, because we're seeing jobs starting to get replaced, but we haven't seen anything sizable at this stage. But I think as it becomes more sizable, I mean, we've already got an AI actor that's got an agent. Have you seen that news? There's some actress that's got an agent that's looking for work in Hollywood, and she's completely made up. Like, that's a thing. So, you know, as we start to get more and more and more, you'll start to see more and more pushback. Unless collectively we all agree we're just going to not embrace AI. We're not going to do anything with AI. As long as, if collectively the whole world agrees to do that, I don't see how you stop it, honestly. I think the big concern isn't so much it replacing a writer in the writer's room. I mean, first of all, I think creative in 2025 has been rubbish anyway. I really do not mind AI chipping in with some ideas. I'm open to that. I think it's obviously about it turning on humanity. Ultimately, that seems to be a genuine concern that people have got, is that it will continue developing, continue to start thinking for itself. And if you start putting it in robots and all of that, you know, if ever it wanted to kind of take over, I mean, it sounds crazy and sci-fi and all of that, but when the leading AI experts are expressing those opinions and those kind of viewpoints as a concern, you listen. These are people that are way more knowledgeable than me. So if they're saying they can see where this is heading and they're actually worried we might have created our own downfall, we might have managed to have found a way to actually end humanity. Like, I'm a lot more engaged in like how we're going to prevent that than if we've replaced a writer in the WWE's writers' room. So those are my opinions. That's my thoughts on AI, and honestly, I'm surprised we haven't done it earlier. I don't think it takes over. I just think it's a voice in the room, and it's up to Triple H to decide if he wants to listen to that, you know. Whew, heavy conversation, long conversation. Right, Daniel said, who do we think's going to win out of Drew and Jacob? I don't believe the match is happening, but we said at the start when we did our preview, I don't expect the match to happen. And there is even some rumor of what that match is going to become. So it's not even that we are. It's not even that we're speculating. There is a legit rumor doing the rounds as to what's going to happen with that. So I do not expect us to get that match. So, Daniel, shout out to you, buds. Put it in twice, actually, saying, who do you think's going to win tonight, Drew or Jacob? So, just the update on that. Word on the street is that Jacob is injured, and that injury is expected to be legit. That injury is real. And it seems like he is out for the rest of 2025. That's not confirmed, but that was the last thing that I heard on him. So, yeah, interesting. Right, I did get sent this by Jay Omega. So this dropped seemingly just before we started the stream, which is really interesting. So PW Insider are saying that Ilya Dragunov is at SmackDown and is working out in the ring, but he's wearing a knee brace. So that's interesting. I mean, we actually spoke about Ilya earlier in the stream, and the last thing I said I'd heard about Ilya was that he was going to come back and go after Rusev. So I was not expecting him tonight. Does this mean that the chances of him being Sammy's opponent tonight have now drastically increased? I would say yes. Apparently that just dropped as we started the stream, which is crazy, isn't it? Like crazy. Crazy that we had a conversation, and at the exact same time we were pretty much having that conversation, this news appears. So that drop in an hour ago, according to Wrestle Talk, coming from PW Insider. Ilya around. Doesn't mean that he's going to answer Sammy, of course. He could be there to have a meeting with Triple H. It could be that he's just going to catch up with Triple H. But if he's working out in the ring and he's got a knee brace on or everything, then there's a chance. Gotta say there's a chance. So that is now officially the latest thing I've seen on Ilya. So Jen, John, Jay, they pinged that over. So appreciate it. Right. Let's go back over here. Right, lovely. Asib said, you brought up the Shields, even though we know more about the Vision than we did the Shields. The Shield were cool. I think the members of the Vision were the wrong choices because they're far from cool. Well, I think the thing with the Shields is that it's more the dynamic that I was talking about. So you're right, they were cool and they would come through the crowd and people were really into them, but their dynamic of being like three equal guys, there was always a debate as to who the leader was. I always thought it was like Ambrose personally, but I know some people thought it was Seth. Some people thought it was Roman. I always thought Roman was like the muscle in the background, you know, a bit like Mr. T in the A-Team. He was not the leader, but, you know, he was the one that would finish the conversation. So for me, I always thought it was like Ambrose, but that's one that was always kind of debated. But in regards to like the Shield, they kind of felt very even, very equal. I sort of feel like this group, if you bring Theory in, would kind of be similar to that, but I think Theory would definitely be the odd one out. Theory would be the one you would look at and go, he is definitely not the leader, right? I think it is Braun. I think Bronson is kind of that Roman position where he's kind of like the muscle, the big guy. So you've got like Braun as the leader, Bronson as kind of the muscle, the big guy, and then you got Theory, who I think was going to be joining just judging on the fact that he was going to be in that Survivor Series team. So I think you sort of transition away from the bloodline model of an out-and-out leader and people acknowledging that leader. That's kind of what we had. We had Seth as the undeniable leader, and then we had the other members standing in the backgrounds, including Braun, which is a role I don't think he was ever very comfortable with. But I feel like that was a bit of a bloodline template. We could now sort of move to a more Shield template where it's 3 members all being relatively equal. But I would be the first to admit if Theory was in that group, he would not be equal. He would not be the leader. No one would look at him and say he's the leader. But yeah, I think 3 of them, I think making them badasses, investing and increasing how cool they are. And I think like you can do work. I think some of the stuff that's held them back is repetition. I think the repetition of constantly having them in the main events, giving them a lot of losses as well, is obviously not a good look. I think that if you build up their aura, build up their wins, get this group just slightly positioned a little different than how it was, I think there is a way forwards. I would never sit here and say they're going to be the next Shields or they're going to be as good as the next Shields. I think when we're using the Shield, it's more just an explanation as to the kind of dynamic that you could switch over to. But no, I would never say they're going to be like the next Shield in the sense of these guys are going to go on to be Roman, or that anyone in this group is as interesting as Roman or as interesting as Seth. I wouldn't say it in that regard, but in the regard of shifting of the dynamic, you know. So I think that I understand why they've invested in Bronson. Who that third person should be, don't know. With Seth out the picture now, I think it does open it up to you going in a few different directions. Like, it really does not need to be Theory now. I don't think Theory is like... I don't even know if that is the right way forward now, because you could put someone else in that group that could stand alongside Braun and Bronson as a bit more of an equal, and I don't think that is Theory. So, I mean, you could go in a completely different direction, you know? Yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting. I can't wait to see what they do with it. I really want to do a video, I suppose, about... I might do that this weekend. What would you do with that group? We don't have any streams this weekend. Obviously, the big thing this weekend seems to be AEW. UFC have just got a pretty small show. No boxing, no WWE, but I believe there is a AEW Wrestle Dream, so that's obviously one we're not doing. So yeah, maybe that's a video I've got a bit of time that I could do instead. Could be an interesting one. Tyler says that my birthday is the 25th of October, which is Halloween Havoc. Do you think I should get the floor next to the entrance or floor next to commentary? Floor next to the entrance or floor next to commentary? Ooh, that's an interesting one. I feel like floor next to commentary is going to give you better view of the ring, and I think it's going to... good chance you'll get a table spot and you'll be right there. I also think you stand a good chance getting on camera. I suppose there's a good chance you getting on camera if you're next to the entrance, but it depends where you are. I think I might go commentary. I think I'd go commentary. And I think the reason for that is because, yes, it's going to be interesting to watch people come out and leave the ring again. But at the end of the day, you're going to be a good distance back when it comes to actually watching the ring and watching what's going on in the ring. I feel like you'd be a lot closer if you was right by commentary. So given the options, I'm just thinking which I would go for. I think I would go commentary, because I think you'll be able to see the ring better. And if there's any kind of commentary table spot, which there normally is, you're going to be right there for that. Right there for that. Entranceway, you're just going to see people come out and go back again, aren't you? And going back is not going to be that interesting. Coming out, I mean, you can watch the entrances on the show. I think it's the matches you're going to want to watch more of. You're going to see a lot more match time than you are them walking to the ring, walking back from the ring, you know? But I suppose entrance, depending where you are, you stand a chance of, like, you know, getting them to touch your hand if that's something you're interested in. I think that's not something that would bother me. So I would just want to get the best seats I could to see the best I could. That would be what I would look for. So I think I'd be leaning commentary. But I would hope the commentators wouldn't be blocking my view, if that makes sense. So it's really hard without knowing exact seats. But I think the best thing I could say is if I was choosing a seat, I would want to be able to see the ring as clear as possible, because that's the majority of the show, isn't it? What goes on in the ring. And I think that that would be what I would want to see as much as possible. Plus also the wrestlers walk around the ringside area, greeting fans anyway. So as much as you might get that in the entranceway, you stand a chance of getting that kind of around the ringside area. Maybe not as much, because everyone goes up and down the entranceway. Not everyone has to walk around the ring greeting fans. It depends what you're looking for. So you're going to have to weigh all of that up. But for me, I would be looking for a good view of the ring, so I would be more commentary, ringside area, good shot of the ring. Right. Let him in. Hello, said Daze. The Shield had layers. They had humor, seriousness, dominance, a well-developed relationship dynamic. And we've not seen that with Division. No, but we need to. So, again, I'm not saying that they have been the Shields, but I'm saying with Seth out the picture now, we can hopefully move over to being the Shield. If we're going to talk about what this group needs, then I think everything you've just listed there is what this group needs. They need to be more engaging. We need to dig into their relationships. I think that Braun is going to see himself as a leader, but I don't know if I see Bronson sort of like acknowledging Braun. You know, I sort of see them working side by side. This is why I'm talking about a Shield comparison, because, yeah, we need them to be interesting, engaging backstage segments. We need them to have aura, to win matches, to feel like they are special. All of that was the Shields. All of that was the Shields. And equally with the Shields, they were, you know, largely, you know, shoulder to shoulder, everyone being an equal member. I kind of feel like Braun Bronson have sort of got that dynamic. I don't know about you, but I can't really see Braun standing at the front and Bronson sort of acknowledging Braun. I don't really see that at the moment. They could go that way. There's nothing stopping them going that way. But what has Braun done that would make Bronson want to, like, acknowledge him or see him as his leader? I mean, he might want to stand with him, shoulder to shoulder. He might want to go in the direction that Braun's going. I mean, Braun was like, you're either with me or against me, and Bronson had a decision to make, and he made that decision, that he's going to be with Braun. But I don't know that this means that he acknowledges Braun, or that Braun's now going to be his leader. So, yeah, I think this is a very interesting conversation, and again, one that I think I would definitely be having in the creative room. This is the kind of detail that I think some people are just not interested in having. This is the kind of conversation that's a bit too much into the weeds. But for me, this is where the real important stuff lies. This is the conversation you have to have. What is the dynamic of the group? It's not just who's in the group. You can't just put 3 people together and it works. I mean, I sort of feel like that's a little bit like what they did with Division. They're like, oh, let's put Braun, Bronson, Seth together. It's going to be great. And that was it. And they put them out there. And it wasn't great. It was mids. It was dull. It was boring. You did no character development. There was nothing engaging about them. Because you didn't do the actual work. You just put 3 people together. And that one we were just meant to care. And we didn't. Because you didn't give us anything to care about. And, for me, like, the real work is where you actually dig into the relationships. It's where you actually dig into the backstage segments. All of that, like, detail is where the success can be found, if a group's going to work or not. So, yes, I will be the first to say that this is what they have not been doing. but I will also be the first to say this is what they should have been doing. And now with Seth out the group, we've got an opportunity to do something like that. So that's the kind of direction I would be looking to take this group now. But, you know, as we've said before, if the plan was for Theory to join and also be someone that sort of falls in line behind Seth, well, we can't do that now. So, you know, does Theory fit this group dynamic anymore? You can still bring him in. I don't think the Shield comparison necessarily works as well then, because I think Theory very much so would be the outsider, and we didn't have an outsider in the Shield. But, an interesting conversation. Again, one that we can turn to the community for this weekend and maybe get some additional thoughts. Mohammed said, Daze, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Nothing really exciting about tonight's SmackDown. How do you keep engaged with SmackDown and Raw, which are pretty undercooked? Well, to be honest, I mean, I love WWE. I've always loved it. I know there are peaks and troughs. I've seen bad shows in the past. I will see bad shows in the future. I think I get enjoyment about talking about why a show is good and why a show is bad, about what a show needed to be better. I get enjoyment out of looking and analysing a show and really understanding why it worked and why it didn't work. I think there's a lot of people online that are still working that out. I think there's a lot of people online that, you know, they probably are younger fans that are just, you know, you see it all the time. There'll be a bad match and it'll get an all-time rating, right? Because there's kids and there's people that maybe haven't watched very long and they don't have a catalogue of shows and matches to benchmark against. They can't compare to things from the past. You know, they can only compare to things they've seen earlier this year. And, you know, in their database, this was a great match. In our databases, if we've been watching decades, it was pretty mid. There is way better matches that can be delivered than what we've just seen. And so I think for me, kind of understanding if a match was good, if a match was bad, what makes a good match, what makes a bad match, was the match I've just seen good or was it bad? What makes a good show, what makes a bad show? If it was a bad show, what was bad about it? What was frustrating about it? What did I need more of? What did I need less of? What frustrated me about it? I actually get something from that because I know that it's not always going to be bad, because it's been a mixture in the past and it'll be a mixture in the future. So it's kind of, there is a degree of like sticking with the product. There is a degree of kind of going through a period of bads to hopefully get to the good again. And those can be challenging times. But obviously for me in this moment, I talk about the shows as well, so I find enjoyment from even the bad shows where I can talk about it and we can explain and have conversations about why things were bad. But in regards to right now, I actually don't think it's too bad, because I look at the Asuka story, which I'm very engaged with. I look at the Vision story, which, as we said, it needs big improvements. But now we've kicked Seth out because of injury. We've got a clean sheet of paper where we can pretty much do what we want. So what do we want to do? And why do we want to do it? And what's the kind of things that we're looking for? And that's a big conversation that we've just spent probably 20 odd minutes having, right? So I look at like the Vision and where are we going with that? That's interesting. And Braun turning on Seth, that's interesting. Some people still thinking the injury is fake. That's interesting. Then you've also got the Asuka situation, that Kyrie, that's interesting. I'm into the Bayley situation, that's interesting. I'm into the Sami Zayn Open challenges, that's interesting. Cody Rhodes has had a horrible year, in my opinion. You know, losing at WrestleMania, not really doing a great deal throughout the summer, then actually getting the belt back from John at SummerSlam in what was easily the highlight of Cody's year. And then, since then, filming Street Fighter, having a nothing match with Drew because it had no builds recently. And, you know, I feel like I'm sat here in October and it's just been a horrible, horrible year for Cody Rhodes. Horrible year. So I'm looking at Cody now going, right, what have they got planned for you? What is creative going to do with Cody Rhodes that's going to actually save this year? Or can it even be saved? The year might be so flat, so mid for Cody, there might not be any saving of the year. So I'm looking at Cody and I'm like, listen, I need you to stand up. And I'm sorry, I don't blame Cody. You know that I blame creative because I just look at what they've had him do this year, the stories they've put in front of him, and they've just been awful. It's been just awful. And so I really enjoyed his match at the start of the year with Kevin. I thought that was good. His feud with Kevin was not bad, actually, as we went from December into January. You might remember earlier this year, we still had the Winged Eagle and Kevin, and they were both walking around with the championships. And that's how we started the year. That was easily Cody's best moment until SummerSlam. So, I mean, it's just been horrible. So I'm even engaged at looking at Cody. And I mean, I'm engaged to see, like, right, what are we going to do with Cody? How are we going to really tell some interesting stories? And what have we got for him for the remainder of 2025? Honestly, you could probably just write this year off for him. But I'm interested to see what they're going to do, right? And what they're going to do with him. And, you know, the women's division is really interesting. Io's been doing great work. Stephanie's a champ now. So interested to see how they book Stephanie. It looks like she's got a match coming up with Roxanne. Tiffany's going to be a bit gutted about not winning recently. How's she going to respond? So, you know, I'm not a big Tiffany fan. I think that she's got potential. I do think we've pushed her way too quickly. But I'm interested to see, you know, do we start teasing a bit of a turn for Tiffany? Is Tiffany going to be frustrated at losing? How is that frustration going to show itself? We've obviously got women's tag match tonight, which should be good. Soul Rucas are always fun to watch. I mean, like, honestly, the more I'm talking, the more I'm just like, Bianca's coming back soon. Elia's coming back soon. Gunther's going to be back soon. I'm kind of looking at, like, Rey Mysterio will be back soon. The thing with wrestling, it's the landscape is always changing. It's always moving forward. It always, you know, certainly right now feels like there's some things going on that I am engaged with. I mean, I look at this show tonight and I agree on paper, there's not loads there, but the women's match is interesting. I know the Jacob match isn't happening, but, well, why is it? Well, we know why he's injured, but what is it they're going to do that's different? I know what the rumors are. But I don't know. Who's Sammy's opponent? What do they do with the Jacob situation? Is Alexa Charlotte against Sol Ruca Zaria going to be a banger? That's what I'm looking for on SmackDown. So, you know, do I wish there was like a bigger, juicier story that was being told? Yeah, of course. Of course. I wish there was something really like dramatic that was going on. But I think, to be honest, you could say that for pretty much all the shows this year. And a lot of the shows at the end of 2024 as well. I mean, we had a really good build to WrestleMania 40, but I don't think there was loads of bonkers stuff that was going on past WrestleMania 40. I mean, The Rock was around in the build to WrestleMania 40, but he wasn't around after that. So I sort of feel like 2024 gets a bit of a... People look back on it with rose-tinted glasses, remembering it as being better than I think it was at the end. I remember getting towards the end of 2024, and I remember us talking about can't wait for next year. John Cena's retirement year, and he's going to do a full retirement tour. We're going to be going to Netflix. I mean, don't forget, we started the year doing that. Going to Netflix. So, I mean, we were so excited about that as well. There was a lot of optimism for 2025. There was a lot of looking forwards to 2025. And I think there was a good chunk about 2024, the back end of it, that was not that great. Not that great, to be honest. Just a few moments here and there. So I think 2025 gets a bit of a kick in for being a step down. But I think you could see that had already started happening at the end of 2024. So... the hope is that we can obviously get some stories going that are going to be fresh, that are, you know, going to get those creative juices going again. which brings me back to AI not being a bad thing. I don't know that AI is going to save the day right now. I think it's still a bit too early in the day for AI to really be, doing that. But I do think it's going to keep getting better, keep getting stronger. And I think, ultimately it is going to play a massive part in the future of wrestling. Whew. Where are we? 40 minutes. Brony said, Daze, Cody is a situation where he needs a character change in order for his booking to be better. Or do they have unique stories and feuds with no character change? I think you can get away without the character change. I think that Cody is a very believable babyface. I think Cody is someone that, you speak about his dads, speak about his family, bursts into tears. I think that he's someone that will always stick around to meet the fans. Kids love him, sells loads of merch. Merch sales are really good. WWE are really pleased with how he's positioned himself as a babyface. Triple H has said, there's a lot of media that you don't see. There's a lot of kind of charity work that you don't see that Cody is just constantly doing. And I think genuinely, I look at Cody and I just believe him to be a babyface. I believe that he has wanted this his whole life and that this means everything to him. And that this is maybe a position he never thought he would get. He hoped he would. But I mean, I've got a lot of respect for Cody because I look at him. There's a whole conversation we can have about paying your dues, right? There's a whole conversation there which ties in with celebrity wrestlers and how, they're getting opportunity when they've not paid their dues, right? You could say the same with Logan as well, just coming in, getting pay-per-view matches straight away because of his following, because of his social media influence. But, the people that I care about, the people that I enjoy are the people that have paid their dues, that have come through, put that work in, I look at Sami Zayn, for example. I look at Gunther. These are people that put that work in on the indie scene, came through NXT, have been on the main roster a long time. Certainly Sami, been on that roster a long time, still not tasted the success of being a world champion. I mean, to me, Sami has done everything that you can do. I don't know what else he can do. I mean, I think when it comes to Sami, you can say that he doesn't have the physique and that maybe he should have, put more work in at the gym. I think that would be a fair criticism. I think that's fair. I think his physique could be improved. But, short of little things like that, he can't grow any taller. I don't think he's ever going to get jacked like Brock. And I think he's probably playing into the everyday kind of stereotype. He's the guy next door. I mean, he's the underdog. That's the role that he's always been. He is a fantastic professional wrestler. His match quality, as you've seen, is so high. And this is not a surprise. It's not like he started doing these open challenges and all of a sudden we've just figured out he's a great wrestler. I mean, there's a reason why I've been a big fan of his for a long, long time, because I know he's a great professional wrestler. So what we're seeing with the open challenges is not a surprise. What I see is someone that has done pretty much everything they can do, has got to the main roster, has been on that main roster a long time, has put the work in, and to me, I would love to see win that world title. He's a guy that I think has gone about it the right way. He's done everything that you should do to get the success that you should get, and I'd love to see him achieve that. And I feel the same with Cody. Cody has come into the company courtesy of his dad's. But that can open doors, but it can't, I mean, look at David Sammartino. David Sammartino was Bruno Sammartino's son. He couldn't make it work. There's plenty. Look at Curtis Axel. He was the son of Mr. Perfect. That definitely opened a door for him. But, I mean, he got to the main roster, but, I mean, he's not a multiple-time world champion. He's not even a former world champion. He couldn't make it work. Just because you've got a parent that can open a door for you, it doesn't guarantee success. It gives you an opportunity. But at the end of the day, it's going to be down to you whether you'll sink or swim. This is why I don't listen to the criticism for Charlotte. Because for me, yeah, okay, she was Ric Flair's daughter. That opened the door. But she's the one that's had to deliver those great matches. She's the one that's had to, get in the ring and actually do that work. And she's, undeniably provided some of the best women's matches of the last 10 years. Undeniable. Some of my favourite women's matches, like her against Rhea, really enjoyed. She had great feuds with the likes of Becky. She had some really good matches with the likes of Sasha as well. I even thought her work with Ronda was good when they were doing like street fights, and Ronda didn't have to worry about doing like professional wrestling. She could just brawl, because I think Ronda as a brawler worked well. Ronda as a wrestler, not so much. But I even enjoyed Ronda-Charlotte matches. But yeah, I mean, there's quite a few like Charlotte matches that I've enjoyed. So I think in regards to Cody, there's a criticism about how he's only there for being Dusty's son. I push back on that because I think it opened a door, but Cody had to make his own way. Don't forget, he ended up becoming Stardust, trapped in the mid-card. He had to leave, do everything he did outside of WWE to find a way back. That's all Cody. That's on Cody. That's Cody. Cody did that. So, I think he's paid his dues. I think he is someone that I'm pleased to see has got to the level that he's got to. And so, yeah, that comes to the question of, can you find creative for him as a babyface, or have you got to change him heel? I think you can find creative for him as a babyface. I just think that WWE has shown themselves, unfortunately, of not being capable of coming up with the creative needed. And I'm sorry to say that. I am. I'm sorry to say that they have shown themselves to not be good enough. That creative team is not good enough. Because if we was to judge Cody since winning the title at WrestleMania 40, the criticism would be harsh. People would, and rightfully I would say, criticize Cody's runs. Where we've had this conversation many, many times is it Cody's fault or is it creative's fault? And until I see Cody getting given really good storylines, really interesting storylines, and he's the one that's, messing them up, until I see that, I can't say that it's Cody. To me, where are the great storylines? Where are the really interesting stories for Cody? Where's the really interesting swerves and twists? And do you know what I mean? Like, I can't wait to see what Cody does here. How's he going to get out of this situation? Where are those? Where's that? I mean, you've got all these TV writers that you've hired. You've got all these people in that are meant to write really good stories, good cliffhangers. Where are they? I mean, honestly, if you work for WWE Creative and you watch these streams, I should imagine that you probably stopped watching a long time ago. Because my criticism for WWE Creative has really been non-stop. Has been pretty consistent. I think they suck. I really think they suck. I think they're just... I don't know if they're overworked. I don't know if they're out their depth. I don't know if it's that they've gone and hired TV writers and it just does not translate to wrestling. I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. But, even if I was seeing really good stories being tried and fail, that would be one thing, wouldn't it? I will take bad segments over no segments. I will take Alexa and Charlotte doing some nonsense birthday stuff. I will take that because at least I can see that someone has tried something different. I was not crazy about that segment with Alexa and Charlotte. You remember they were in the ring. I think it was Charlotte's birthday. There was a cake. There was a present. Charlotte opened it. It was the Charlie doll. I mean, I was kind of sat there going, Jesus Christ. I feel like this is aimed at like 5-year-olds. But at least you're trying something. At least you've not just done a promo or a match or a backstage segment. At least there's something in there that is creative. And I don't know. Listen, someone from creative could come on to this channel and go, listen, I understand the frustration. I hear the criticism. But do you realise that we put forward all these ideas and Triple H just shoots them down? Triple H just doesn't listen to them. Like, we come up with idea after idea after idea, but Triple H, maybe it's Triple H's fault. Maybe it's Triple H's fault. I don't know. All I do know is what comes out of that room, be it from the writers, be it from Triple H, be it whatever, is not good enough. And it has not been good enough. Which is why when we're hearing of AI being introduced into that process and people are crying about it, I'm like, why are you crying about it? It sucked. Are you worried we're going to ruin the creative process? Are you worried that these amazing stories that we have not been getting are going to get ruined? Like, what's going to get ruined? Nothing's been happening. The creative teams suck. So, yeah, put AI in there. Put AI in there. And even if it comes out with stupid ideas, at least someone's coming out with some ideas. I'll take the stupid ideas over no ideas. So, although I will say the Asuka Kairi story has been good. I will give them that. Asuka Kairi has been good. If we're going to be honest, and we're going to be really honest here, right? We're just going to be really honest for a second. I do like the potential of the Bayley story, but at the moment, it is just her going, isn't it, really? It is just her just kind of going, oh, I feel moody now. I mean, it's not difficult, is it? That's not like a really creative thing that they've come up with. Do you know what I mean? Like a split personality thing. You know, like Bray had with The Fiend. You know? It's not that creative. But we applaud it. I'm whispering because, you know, I don't want them to think I'm now going off on their good ideas, but we applaud it because it's all we've got. It's all we've got. If we throw that away, we ain't got much left at all. So, like, the Bayley thing is like, well, you know, they're trying something. I'm here for it. It could lead somewhere good. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it is just a wrestler that's got, like, you know, a split personality thing that we have definitely seen happen before, right? I mean, you could even say, like, Finn and the Demon is like a split personality thing. Certainly Bray and the Fiends, Uncle Howdy and Bo, maybe all of the Wyatt Six, you could say, are doing that. And so now we're just sort of teasing that Bayley's going to be like that as well. She's struggling with her good side and her bad sides. I do find myself having to sit here going, oh, well done. And do you know the irony? The irony is that Lance Storm came out, right? He came out today, not as a gay man, but he came out today and he said, I can't believe they're going to use AI because AI looks at all the previous stories and we're just going to be recycling old stories. That was his criticism. And I was like, Lance, what do you think's been happening? Lance, what do you think the Bayley story is right now, Lance? What do you think the Vision was based on? Do you think it was maybe based on the Bloodline? Do you think it was? Because I do. I think wrestling stories get flipping recycled all the time, Lance. And you're going to be down on AI potentially coming in, recycling stories from the 1960s or 70s, right? At least that would be fresh. Blimey hell. I bet there are stories in wrestling from the territories that we have never seen in WWE that would be a lot more flipping bearable than just whatever recycled nonsense WWE has been throwing at us in recent times. So I ain't here for that conversation, right? Honestly. The fact that you have got AI, which has got the ability to look at every wrestling storyline ever in a matter of, like, minutes. It could, not even that. I mean, it can be seconds, but it can just scan all the information on the internet. It can look at everything. It can read everything, but it can look at everyone's opinions as well. It can look at other proposed stories. You know, those kind of fantasy booking things. It can look at all of that. It can gather all of that information and it can use all of that to just spit out endless stories, right? And you can even type in, like, give me something that has never happened before. And, you know, that way it can look at everything, eliminate all of that, and then try and come up with something that has never happened before. Now, whether it's at a point where it can actually deliver that effectively right now, questionable, right? Probably not. But again, a year down the road, 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road, 4 years down the road. Come on. Come on. You ain't going to find no defense of WWE creative from me. Yeah? Flipping replace them all. Replace them all. You don't even need to replace them with AI. Just replace them with calculators. Honestly, you know, when you type in that number, turn it upside down, it says boobs. You might as well replace them with that. It's not going to help with the wrestling storylines, but I don't think they've been helping with the wrestling storylines. So you might as well just have a laugh. You might as well just be sat in a room where every seat has got a calculator on it, upside down, that says the word boobs. Because at least then you could be like, it's pretty fun. And then you just come up with an idea. Because that would be more creative than what I think creative have been coming out with. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. Guys, you all suck. You all absolutely suck. So I've replaced you with calculators that have turned upside down and now say the word boobs. I'm not even sorry about it. So, yeah, not much love for the creative teams here, to be honest. Honestly, I mean, I was looking forward to watching WWE Unreal just so I could see their faces so I know who I had to go and slap if ever I saw them. Flipping. It's so annoying. I'll tell you why it's annoying as well, because I think there are people, even in our community, right? And people that I see on X as well, that I think come up with really good stuff. I think there's some really interesting thoughts, theories, ideas, booking ideas. I think there is some really interesting stuff. You know, like the one thing I've seen people saying is about Jericho coming in and taking over from Seth. Now, I don't know that that's the right way forwards, but, you know, the X and all the wrestling fans that constantly think about wrestling, they're constantly coming up with stuff. X is a never-ending supply of thoughts and theories, just like all you lot in this chat. Never-ending supply of thoughts and theories, yeah? And I really feel like a lot of what I read in opinion videos or in the chat or on my notification, I genuinely feel like what I read is miles above what WWE themselves deliver. I mean, do you remember that scene where they were talking about, like, Chelsea coming out at number 30 at the Royal Rumble and winning the whole thing? They seemed so pleased with themselves for that idea. I remember watching WWE Unreal, and I remember seeing that. And I remember that idea being proposed of, like, how about everyone gets eliminated? And then number 30 comes out. And that person is the winner, and it could be Chelsea Green. And I remember hearing that, and fair play, it's a creative idea, okay? I'm not down on it. But I have seen that idea before online. That's not a new idea. That's not an idea that no one's ever had. Like that, that was a little concerning because it just sort of felt like, is that the first time that's been mentioned? Is that the first time anyone... We've been doing the Royal Rumble since the late 80s. Are you telling me that's the first time someone has come up with that idea that everyone in the ring's eliminated and whoever comes out at 30 is just the winner? It can't be. I mean, probably it isn't. Maybe someone came up with it when Vince was in charge and those people weren't in the room at the time. Yeah? But I do remember looking at that going, is that... I've seen that idea online before. And yet they're only just talking about it now in the creative room. Like, in my mind, they should be miles ahead of us. They should be miles ahead. They should be coming up with ideas that we've never thought of. They should be coming up with ideas that I've never heard. Not ideas I heard years ago. Years and years and years ago. Because you do kind of then start going like, they like really behind? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm really down on the creative teams. I think they're wrong. I think when that news came out that they were going to shake them up to make things better, I was cock-a-hoop, because I was like, yes, this is exactly what we need to do. We do need to shake those creative teams up. I was thrilled. Brilliant news. And just like today, when I heard about AI, I was like, yeah, chuck it in there. Why not? Ain't going to make things worse. Chuck it in. It's not like we've got to listen to what it says and do everything it says. And if it's going to spit out nonsense for a while, fine, just have it in the corner of a room. Laugh at whatever it comes out with for 6 months. But I'm telling you, in 2 years' time, that thing's going to be coming out with some pretty serious suggestions. I'm very confident on that. I think it's a tool at the moment. I think it's a tool that's going to improve. And listen, ultimately, it could be completely the replacement. It could just be Triple H and, AI just working through stuff. And AI just writes all the shows. And Triple H just kind of goes over to just check that there's nothing in there that's crazy and that it makes sense. If there's any little tweaks that he wants to make, and that genuinely could be the future. But that, to me, is just a glimpse of where we were going anyway. That's where we've been going since AI was formed. That's where I think TV shows are going. That's where I think theatre is going. That's where I think music is going. And, you're going to struggle to get, like, live bands replaced. I think, like, live music, obviously that's going to be really hard, and that's going to take a long time to replace. So I think physical things like plumber, electrician, on-stage actor, live bands. But I mean, I said before, you can go to London and people are doing this in a pretty big space. Like, we're talking like thousands of people going and watching avatars. That is ABBA on stage in London, and they're not actually there. It's just holograms of ABBA. It's just holograms. They're just like lots of screens, and it looks like it's ABBA throughout the ages, and the music's played in, and all these people go, sing along, have a drink, have a dance, have a great time. They go and buy tickets to this show, and the reviews are really good. So, and that's now. That's now that's happening. So, I mean, you look at that technology and you go, let me know. If that gets rolled out more, you could have the Beatles back and people would go to it. You could have the Rolling Stones in their prime. You could have Nirvana. All of a sudden, then, the live music setup kind of changes. Do people take chances on emerging artists, or Nirvana's coming to town? They're touring that Nirvana show around. It's meant to be amazing. Like the graphics and everything are meant to be mind-blowing. And it kind of goes through all the decades. And they've even found some like Kurt Cobain speech that has never been heard before where he talks to the crowd. It's, and they've included that. And like, yeah, I saw, man, tickets are like $30. I quite fancy it. Do you go to that instead of the local artist? I don't know, man. Where are we going? Where are we going? What's the world gonna look like, eh? I think it's scary, interesting, concerning, exciting. It's everything. Camden, shout out to you, buds, said, Daze, with AI seemingly helping the creative team, do we think Triple H will stop his long-term booking, as that's a big problem? It makes stories and shows boring. Well, no, I think the only reason it makes it boring is because what happens is that we just spin the wheels, don't we? I mean, when you talk about long-term booking, I think about, let's take Bayley and Lyra against Roxanne and Raquel. So we've done Roxanne against Lyra. We've done Raquel against Lyra. We've done Bayley against Roxanne. Have we done Bayley? Right. I mean, there's 4 weeks, and it all leads to a tag match. I mean, that's boring. That's boring. That's not very interesting at all, is it? Because none of those single matches matter. I mean, I don't know. Raquel beats Bayley. So what? Lyra beats Roxanne. Great. Roxanne beats Bayley. Whoop-de-doo. What does it mean? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because it gets us to a tag match, which also probably doesn't mean anything. I mean, you could make it a number one contenders match for the women's tag titles. That would mean something. If it's a heated feud, then, of course, getting the victory would mean something. But by and large, a lot of these kind of singles matches building up to the tag match, they don't mean anything. They literally are filler on a show. That is it. They kill time. That's the truth. They kill time. They kill time. I mean, if you're going to do Fury against Usyk, we don't have 4 weeks of them playing chess 1 week and then Cluedo the next week. We don't do like these little nonsense games before we get to the main actual thing we're meant to do, you know? So in wrestling, we do that because we've got TV time that we need to fill. And just as important, every show needs Bayley. Every show needs Lyra. Like, you know, if you've bought a ticket to go to Raw, you want to see these stars. You want to see these names. And so we have to find a way of getting them on the show. And so we are forced to present them on TV and get them on the show so that the live fans and the people at home can watch them each week, their favourite superstars. And also, we have to kill a bit of time, don't we? We kill time. So all of that combined is what results in repetition and rubbish throwaway segments that we don't need. And that's how we end up where we end up. So are we going to change that? Can AI change that? Well, it can change it in the sense of it can give you more interesting segments. So you're still going to need these people on the shows, and you still need to fill 2 hours of SmackDown, 2.5 hours of Raw. So, I mean, we can't really change those things. But, yeah, I think when it comes to, like, can we make the segments more creative? Can we do things that aren't just matches? You know, can we do some other segments that could be interesting? You know, this is where AI can certainly come in and be a support and provide some creative alternatives. And as well as that, I think that maybe you can have feuds end a little quicker because we don't need to worry about what are we doing next, because, I mean, AI could generate Bayley's career. If you sat down and said, what's Bayley's career like, you know, how would you book Bayley the next 5 years of Bayley? I mean, AI is going to be able to do that. The kind of AI that we've got access to is obviously the consumer AI. I believe there are other models that are very powerful that I think businesses can get access to. So, I mean, I think there's companies that work with businesses that can really, you know, the cutting edge stuff, all the bells, all the whistles. I mean, what we've got access to is amazing, but I think that what WWE would have access to would be the cutting edge. And I think AI could map out careers, and certainly the rest of years. You know what I mean? Like, certainly what's Bayley going to do in 2026? Or not even that. Put everyone into type out everyone you've got on Raw, and if they're a babyface or a heel, put down who your champion is, put down all of that information, just feed this whole wealth of information. Say that you need 52 weeks of Raw using this roster. Say that you've got a premium live event coming up. You need a big story. Like, put in everything you can for, you know, 2026 and see what it spits out. See what it comes out with. I mean, some of it is going to land. Some of it is going to be nonsense. But, it, you know, the fact that AI... I think we can think too small sometimes. The fact that AI can write a storyline is a no-brainer. I mean, I've got Jay Omega, who's just sent me a storyline that he's got AI to write. So, I mean, we know that it can do that now. But what about if it can write whole shows, months worth of shows, 3 months worth of shows, 6 months worth of shows, 12 months worth of shows? I don't know where the limitation is. I don't know where AI's power kind of is at right now. I don't know, like, if asking for 6 months worth of shows is too much. I have no idea. I'd have to sit down with whoever these AI people are and say, what are the capabilities? What can this thing do? What are its limitations? And that's, you know, what I believe WWE has been doing for the past month, is having those conversations. And again, it does not worry me about the nonsense that gets spat out at the moment. I'm not interested. I don't care. I think that it's too short-sighted to just look at what it's doing now and not think about where it's going to be in 2 years. At the moment, it's just a tool. As we said, sits in the corner of the room. And it's, you know, what's it saying at the moment? Well, it's saying this. Do we think we can do anything with that? Not really. Okay. Well, thanks. And you go back to your creative team. But eventually that voice gets louder and it's going to get more accurate. It's going to get more useful. I really believe that. So for them integrating it now, I just don't get the pushback on it. I don't understand. The only reason can be that people are really down and worried about it replacing jobs, or that they're not massively impressed with where it is right now. But that's not where it's going to be in 2 years. So it can help with those things, Camden. Yes, it can help with everything. I mean, what I am excited about is what can it do with things like cancer. That's what I'm excited about. I'm not so excited about what can it do with wrestling booking. I'm excited about what can it do when it comes to diseases, because you can feed in knowledge of everything we know about cancer, all the research we've done, all the findings. I mean, it's got access to that because a lot of that stuff is published online. So it's got access to that. And it's genuinely very exciting to think about the advancements that we can make over the next coming decade, 2 decades, with AI looking into these things and, you know, really trying to find solutions. I'm really hopeful for that. And I'd imagine a lot of people that are battling like chronic illnesses and things like that are also kind of hoping that AI can assist. So I understand that AI has got bad rep, and I understand that AI generates a lot of slop, and I understand that there's a lot of burnout from AI because it's conversation that's being had everywhere. But I think there are some real potential upsides to it as well. And I would point to illnesses, disease, better understanding of nutrition. I feel like that's made big advancements over the last 20 years, nutrition. I mean, if you look at sports stars and, you know, they were going out drinking. Famously, there was footballers that would go out drinking and have a kebab. And do you know what I mean? Like, nutrition just was not really on their agenda. And then, of course, like, sports nutrition has become a thing. And we've seen advancements with that that's aided better performances. Well, I mean, okay, great, but what can AI tell us that we should be doing to get to really maximize, you know? It could be that we're kind of there or thereabouts, but actually, if you do this and this, you can get an extra 10% out of your performance. And, you know, all of that stuff's coming as well. Oh, it's very exciting. I think there's a lot to be excited about, but equally a lot to be worried by. Delwyn, really appreciate the support, my friends. Really appreciate the support. So Delwyn, with a very, very kind donation, says, Daze, it's been a while. What's up? I thought Crown Jewel was awesome. Maybe the best PLE this year. I love this week's Raw, but something unexpected happened. Storytelling at its finest, and it was a fun part. Seth's performance this year has been incredible, said Delwyn. Well, Delwyn, shout out to you. I do agree, and I do think that we should actually have a bit of a conversation about how Seth could be an MVP for this year, because I agree. I agree with you. I think that he has had an absolutely incredible year this year. I think that he has obviously gained a wise man. He has gained the vision. He's gained a lot, actually. There's a lot that he's done. I mean, he won Money in the Bank. He won the championship at SummerSlam. He won the main event of WrestleMania. So he won the main event of WrestleMania. He stole the show at SummerSlam. He won Money in the Bank. He started the vision. He won Crown Jewel Championship. I don't know what else they could have given him apart from flipping the Royal Rumble, And he was also in a match where we helped bring back AJ Lee. So he played a massive part in the return of AJ Lee as well. I mean, he has had as good a year as you could hope for, with the exception, of course, of the booking of the Vision not being quite right, but now the injury. I mean, the injury has really put a dampener on his year. But that injury has come right in the middle of October. I still think that you could say that when it comes to, like, maybe not like in-ring, but his in-ring's been fine. That triple threat at WrestleMania was really fun. But so maybe not so much the in-ring thing, but when it comes to just being pushed, just having a great year, achieving things, adding to your achievements, adding more moments to your highlight reel, he's had about as good a year as anyone this year, Seth Rollins. So, yeah, I do agree. Even the injury resulting in Braun turning on him is a hell of a moment. It's still one of the best moments of the year. So, yeah, he has had quite the year this year. So, I agree. Storytelling at its finest, maybe forced on them. Maybe not something they were expecting to do, but even so, certainly something that generated a reaction, certainly something that got people excited, certainly something that sparked a conversation. And yeah, I agree. I think that he has had a fantastic year this year. So, Darwin, lovely to see you back around again, my friend, and really appreciate the support. I agree with your comment. I think that he has had a really good year this year. It's just that injury now, isn't it? As we said, means that it ends on a Debbie Downer. A Debbie Downer for Seth Rollins. And that is not a porn film before you go down those roads. Yeah, that was Debbie Does Dallas. Yeah, Debbie Downer is something else. But actually, I'm sure it would make for a very good adult film as well. Right. The Visionary is like his worst character, says Aaron. Daze, if they're doing ABBA concerts, maybe WWE do matches with wrestlers passed away if they get permission. I think, well, they could. I don't know how you would get to that point. I mean, yes, I suppose harder in the round, isn't it? I mean, the thing with the stage, I mean, I haven't quite seen the technology, but my understanding is that it's giant screen and it's like jet black, so that when they have the image on, the 3D image on the screen, it just looks like someone's standing on stage, and they have like a set kind of in the distance behind them. So, I mean, you can't see that it's a screen, and it just looks like there's a person standing there, and it's really good. Harder to do that in a ring where you're around the ring. So, I think there needs to be a few more advancements in that regard. But, eventually we could get to something like that. To be honest, it might be that it's AI first. I mean, WWE could even have like an AI show that it focuses on legends. I mean, could you imagine a show where they've got all the rights to all, people that are signed to those legends deals. They could be generating that content themselves. WWE Legends could air once a week for an hour, and they could be telling stories with Andre the Giant, Rowdy Roddy Piper, and it could all be like AI generated. Now, granted, I've seen the AI footage that can be generated, and it can look off still. It's still not there, right? At the moment, it's, there's some impressive moments, but I mean, there's even times where, the person kind of stops looking like the person, or it doesn't quite sound quite right, or these are just advancements that are going to be made. These are just, again, you look down the road a year or two. I wonder if, that would feel like an easier thing to do first rather than a live performance. But ultimately, we could get to that, I suppose. Yeah. With the ABBA things. Yeah. But we could do a WWE Legends show that they could use AI to produce. To be honest, not really any different from them doing a cartoon. You know? Not that different. It's just that it would look a hell of a lot more realistic, and it could have weekly storylines. Whether people would tune into that or not, I'm not sure, but I can tell you I would certainly do a watch along for episode 1. I know that. I would certainly do that, but you'd need the blessing of the family. Yeah. Undercover Manager said, do you think that we go back to a hard brand split? No crossovers. I don't know. I mean, I think that with injuries and stuff like that, I think it's a pretty hard split at the moment. It's not like a complete free-for-all where anyone just goes anywhere. But I think that I think they want that flexibility. I think they just, there's sometimes someone's injured, they need to borrow someone from Raw. Sometimes there's storylines that they like to link across both shows. If they feel they need to boost SmackDown ratings, then, they might borrow a Raw star. So, okay, we're just going back and looking at what went down on Raw. So we are underway. Bang, bang, bang. Daze, what do we think is more competitive to succeed, men's or women's? With not many women, it's more likely for someone to move up. Yeah, I think that it's harder for the men, definitely. I think the men are, numbers-wise, at more of a disadvantage. I mean, you've only got to look at Sammy, who's never won a world title, or Finn Balor, who's only held one for, 24 hours. It's harder for the men, definitely. 2 world titles with a roster that big. But that doesn't mean that if you win the women's championship, it doesn't mean anything. It means something, but yeah, I'd say it's easier to get there. I mean, look at how quickly Tiffany got there. Look how quickly Stephanie got there. It would be very hard to make the argument that it's harder for the women than it is the men. We are just looking at video package right now. Brony said, I think Corey being F5'd multiple times by Brock was because Corey was going to have a match. I think it was actually to write him off because Carmella gave birth. I think you're right. Daze, I wish Trini a happy birthday. Oh, is it Trini's birthday? Happy birthday, Trini. Happy birthday. Is that today, is it? Oh, God, I bet it took him a while to get all those candles over to Trini. I'd imagine they had to put in a pretty big order. Do we know what's kicking off? SmackDown said Who Review. I think it's Cody. Alex said, I really like the subtle touch on Seth's gear from Crown Jewel with those little pieces. I love little details like that. Yeah, it was good. The stream is frozen, said Nico. Okay, we are underway with this video package. Do we think that Seth comes back? He'll try and work with Roman. Well, I think that's too far down the road, to be honest. I don't even know where we'll be with the stories at that point. I mean, we could be looking post-WrestleMania. I think there's a possibility of it. I'm not saying there's no possibility. Nathan said, I wonder if we get introduced to a female member of the MFTs tonight. I thought Jacob was hurt, said No Name. He is hurt. I love when we get Vic on commentary, said the Beach Kevin. Is it Vic that's on commentary? Okay. We're actually opening with Nick Aldis. Nick Aldis is coming out. Here's Nick Aldis. So this is unusual that Nick starts the show. Drew. And Jacob. So I'm guessing he's about to tell us this is off. Oh. He's telling us it's a number one contenders match. Okay. I think I know where this is heading. So, Jacob Drew, number one, I really was expecting him to tell us the match was off, but he was like, it's actually a number one contenders match. Here's Cody. I like Cody with these glasses. He always takes them off so quickly, though. Wrestling has more than one royal family, says Jay. Is Jacob getting attacked backstage? Don't know how they're going to do it, but they're really leaning into this story. They're really leaning into it not being cancelled. Your tribal chief said, Daze, nice to be back on Eastern Standard Time. Yes, your tribal chief. Shout out to you, but I missed the last couple of Raws and SmackDown live streams, but I love you guys. Acknowledge me, says your tribal chief. Oh, yeah, it is Vic Joseph. Tribal chief, shout out to you. Welcome back, buds. We're always here, waiting, watching, talking, speculating. So, yeah, Vic Joseph on commentary. Dun 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 dun. Daze, I think Cena retiring and having a European tour before Mania has put WWE storytelling in a bind. Plus, the build for Mania 40 did not have this issue. Yes, I agree. I agree that the build for 41 sucked, and that doing a European tour at that time sucked. I agree. I don't necessarily blame that for Cena's heel run not working, though. Because we had a lot of time after Mania where we weren't doing that European tour, and that all sucked as well. Okay, we've got Cody in the ring. We've got Cody chants. Cody, Cody. Now, what's he going to say? He's found out that Jacob Drew is going to be a number one contenders match. He's looking very focused here, you know. There's a Cody Rhodes chant that breaks out, but he's looking a bit... Why is he looking glum? He looks a bit glum. Why is he looking a little bit glum? He holds up that championship. Is it because of the loss to Seth? He's playing on his mind. That would make that... Yeah. There it is. He's still upset. He's still upset, isn't he? Oh, I bet he's been a nightmare all week. Poor Brandy. Poor Brandy. I don't think me and Seth need to be in the ring with each other anymore, but that's not how it works around here. Seth has got issues with the Bronze and Oracle. I will handle SmackDown business, says Cody. Okay. So he said, I'm here to watch this number one contenders match. Well, we've moved on from being glum now. Now we're talking about who's next. Is it going to be Drew? Or is it going to be Jacob? Booze for Drew. Corey said, was you aware that I was a fish wrangler until you saw that video? Was I aware that you was a fish wrangler? Yeah, I think I always suspected that about you, Corey. I think I always sensed that's what you did in this world. Okay, so Cody, bigging up Jacob. Jacob getting a loud reaction. I don't know how this one shakes out, says Cody. The road to Saturday night's main event runs through San Jose. So, pretty basic stuff, to be honest. Pretty basic stuff there by Cody. Came out, looked a bit glum, said that is here to watch this this number one contenders match. And that was that. Here is the MFTs. Solo backstage. They obviously murked a lot of people last week. Okay, so Solo's with Ray Phoenix, not Mysterio. Bang! Shot to the midsection. Ray Phoenix goes down. When I say you're done, you're done. They're murking everyone. They've taken out Sammy. Stomp's coming in. They've taken out Shinsuke. They've confronted the Wyatts. Now they're attacking Ray Phoenix. Oh, wow. We're going to our first match. And our first match is going to be the women's tag team title match. Alexa, Charlotte against Sol and Zaria. Let's go. Now they're murking Ray Phoenix, said Wrestling Fan. I know. There's a lot of murking going down by the MFTs. Everyone's getting murked. Okay, here's Charlotte. Pretty subdued little robe for her, to be honest. Still looks nice. But I've seen more outlandish robes. Nice cheer for Alexa as Alexa is coming out. This is going to be Charlotte and Alexa against Sol and Zaria. Should be a really good match. I'm thinking Charlotte and Alexa are going to get the victory. Maybe teases some more issues between Sol and Zaria. They've been struggling a little. Okay. What would be more shocking if Roman got released or if AEW and WWE were working together? It's a good question, though. Don't know. Because in my mind, I'm thinking if Roman gets released, he must have done something to get released. I mean, they're willing to pay money. Whether he, if Roman's like, I'm not going to re-sign. I don't know. If Roman said, I'm done and I'm going to Hollywood, and so he didn't renew his contract, you could at least understand where he's coming from, because he's basically said, I'm done with wrestling. I've done everything I need to do. I'm going to turn my attention to Hollywood. That would be shocking, because we would be done with Roman at the moment, and so his contract would be over. But at least it would also be understandable. But then equally with AEW, if Tony Khan was like, I'm done. I've done everything I want to do. I've proven that there is room for another wrestling promotion. And he has decided to sell to WWE. That would be shocking because I just don't think Tony would want to do that. I think it might be the AEW thing. I think them secretly working together might be more shocking. Because again, you know, what if Roman's done something terrible and he gets cancelled and then he loses his job as a result? You know, again, you could sort of understand it. It'd be shocking, but you could understand why it had happened. I don't know how we get to WWE and AEW working together. They hate each other, don't they? I can only imagine it would be WWE buying AEW. And I just don't know that Tony would ever sell it to WWE. So, and I don't know that they're ever going to get on the same page where they actually work together and them staying as two separate promotions. I mean, you'd have to get to the point where AEW is just not a threat anymore. Like TNA. TNA is just not a threat to WWE anymore. No offense to TNA, but it just isn't. I mean, the ratings that it's getting is so far below NXT. It's just not a threat. So, you know, it would have to get to that kind of level, wouldn't it? So I think right now working with AEW would shock me more. Roman coming out and saying that he wants to go and do Hollywoods. He's done everything there is to do with wrestling, kind of taking the Rocket road. I could see that. I could see that happening. So he's not renewing his contract. He's going to go to Hollywood. I could see that. But I just can't see any situation where WWE works with AEW. So I think I'd go with that. That's my logic. That's my working out. But when was AEW a threat in the first place, said James? Well, I think when they were getting a million sometimes, when they were kind of, you know, throughout 2020, and they were well above NXT in the ratings, and they were getting like 1 million some weeks. There were some weeks where they would get 1 million and Raw would do like 1.4, 1.5. So they were still a good distance away from Raw. I mean, 400, 500,000 is not something to sniff at. But, you know, you could certainly look at it then and go, it ain't going to take much for Raw to decline, Dynamite to improve, for them to actually be where Raw would be. So we've never had it where they've beaten Raw or beaten like SmackDown. At least I don't think so. I know SmackDown has gone to FS1 sometimes. But even then, I think it still outdrew Dynamite. I don't think there's ever been a week where Dynamite has beaten a Raw or a SmackDown. So, yeah, I mean, they have been a distance away. But I think definitely WWE does not want to see them growing. So, okay, we're back from commercial break. Hannah said, with Y2J's WWE talks, I hope WWE doesn't go the route of having a retirement tour every year, just substituting for a lack of story. Y2J, then Punk, then Seth. Then it could be a Daze retirement tour. Brony said, I'm not talking about Roman not wanting to renew. I was talking about him being fired and there being no idea what has happened. Well, that would be more shocking. Yeah. If he decided to not renew, I could understand that. If he said, I'm going to Hollywood, I've done all I can do. If he got fired and then we never found out why, I mean, I think I'd just have to presume that it was something really bad that he was being cancelled for. Right, we got Zaria, we got Sol Ruca. Nico said, I'm just glad WWE is being held accountable by Netflix and ESPN by making them light a fire under their asses creatively, says Nico. Let's go. Yes. But yeah, I agree. Someone put some pressure on him. I agree. Have some TV stations saying these numbers need to be improved. And put some pressure on them and, you know, make them kind of readdress what they're doing. And I agree. If they're just left to their own devices, just doing what they want, then, you know, things can drift and get stale. Blake Monroe is in the crowd. I don't know quite why. I know that she did attack Sol Ruca. Well, I was certainly not expecting to see her here. Is she going to make her presence felt in this match? Okay, women's tag match coming up then. Blake Monroe in the crowds. Okay, Sol Ruca, very impressive. Okay, Charlotte starting off with Sol. The game has changed. The game has continued to evolve, says Corey. The future of the business is extremely healthy. So Sol Ruca looking pretty good, and Charlotte applauding Sol Ruca. Charlotte goes over to the outside. Charlotte Sol Ruca is a match I'd be really interested in seeing, like a singles match. I'd be really interested in seeing Charlotte against Sol Ruca. Sol Ruca backs up, charges in. Charlotte moves out the way. Sol Ruca collides in the corner. Kick coming in there by Charlotte. Sol Ruca goes over to the corner. Tag being made. Alexa's coming in. So Alexa's coming in. That's going to excite a few people. And right now we've got Alexa in there. Zaria's come in as well. Right now, Alexa jumping on the back of Zaria. Zaria has got Alexa down. Kick coming in there by Alexa. Those shots look a little short, but coming in. Drop kick. We do have the Sami Zayn Open Challenge. Crossbody gets caught. Maka said, you said earlier you knew where this was heading regarding Jacob. What is that? Well, I don't want to say, but I mean, all I can say is that there was a rumor doing the rounds before SmackDown that yes, we are not getting Drew Jacob, and that we're actually going to be getting this match instead. And there's really no point me saying, is there? I genuinely hate wrestling sources that reveal stuff to do with a show that you are literally just about to watch. I don't know where that line is. I don't know. That's something I've kind of struggled with myself. I don't know when it's acceptable to reveal a spoiler. You know, is like the day before okay? Is a week before okay? I mean, right now we're talking about Jericho coming in. That could be a month before. It might be at Survivor Series. So is that okay? I mean, I feel like that is, of course. But I do draw the line. I mean, where I do know that I'm not, like, on board with spoilers is if you report something literally, I suppose, on the day of the show. I think at that point, you're just ruining the show. You know? If you find something out well in advance, I can understand that. Oh, that's amazing. Zaria in the corner has grabbed Alexa, picked her up with like a sleeper holds, and Alexa's legs were like dangling away there. So yeah, I saw this rumor about the replacement match like literally as we were doing this. Well, I don't know if I think it was 10 minutes before this stream as I was setting up for this stream. And I just think that sort of sucks, really. What's the point? Why, at that point, why not just wait for the show and watch the show? You know? What's the benefit? We don't really have time to talk about it and speculate about it. All we're doing at that point is just really ruining the show for ourselves. With, like, Jericho, we can talk about what you think they're going to do with him. Where do you think he fits in? Do you think he could be in with the Vision? Do you think they'll bring him in at Survivor Series? Do you think he'll be at the Royal Rumble? Like, we've got plenty of time to have those conversations. Some bit of information that drops an hour or two before a show. So, yeah, let's see. Zaria is looking different with that makeup. It's not for me. But that makeup is probably one of the baddest in WWE, says David. Soul is in there right now with Alexa. Remember that period of time with WrestleVotes? They were spoiling it like 1 or 2 hours before. That was annoying, said Brony. Yes, I do. And actually, I fell for that a couple of times because I remember that they were... I think the one that sticks in my mind was Carrion, because they said, we've just found out that Carrion is going to be coming into WWE, Karrion Kross. And I remember on the stream showing that, going, have you seen this from WrestleVotes? Carrion's coming in. And then I think it was literally that show. Like, but they didn't say it was that show. They just said, like, he's coming in. But I didn't know it was that night. So we were showing that off and talking about it, and then bang, there he was on the show. And WrestleVotes went through like a period of that, yeah, of like when new people had been signed, and they were reporting they're going to be on the show tonight. I mean, actually, that happened. I mean, I'm not going to repeat it, but that happened with someone else, didn't it? Today. Potentially Sammy's challenger. That has happened with as well. Alexa in the corner. Zaria coming over. Yeah, those ones to me suck. I mean, at this point, why now? I mean, literally just wait an hour. You can watch the show. I got a feeling that Kross could return, but I just don't know when, says Harry. Going for that move again. She's got Alexa, but this time Alexa very smart, going over to the ropes. And actually, even though she was being choked out, she stands on the ropes. And that was actually really quite clever, because that meant that obviously she was able to use the ropes as leverage. And she's trying to make the tag. I think we might be back from the commercial break right now. Alexa over in the corner, tag being made. In comes Sol Ruca. Always got to be so careful of Sol, because she can hit that Soul Snatcher. Spinning Alexa down. Face plant. Tag being made. In comes Zaria. Sol Ruca in the corner. This is where they do the handstand, I think, into the splash. But Alexa moves out the way. Alexa moves out the way. Sol ends up going chest first down. Kick coming in there by Bliss. Sol Ruca goes through the ropes to the outside. Right now we've got Charlotte. She is waiting for the tag. Zaria again trying to prevent it, but tag's getting made. Tag's made. And right now we've got big crossbody there by Charlotte, taking down Sol Ruca and Zaria. Chops coming in there by Flair. Crowd are wooing away. Another big chop coming in. She's raining in blows on both of them. Zaria against the ropes. Cartwheel. Hate that. Flipping hate that. That cartwheel. She then has to find her balance to then do a clothesline. It looks rubbish. Kick coming in there by Charlotte. If she was able to cartwheel and then slingshot herself into it, it would look so much better. But it always looks like she has to find her balance first. It's so jittery. Kip up there by Charlotte. Charlotte's with a crotch chop over towards Sol Ruca. Charlotte in the corner. Zaria goes face first into that middle turnbuckle. Hannah said, do we think Cena wins the IC title? I'm not bothered about him winning. I was hoping for a year-long story about old age or something. Apparently, it's been spoken about that he could win it. I'm like you. I don't need him to win it. I certainly don't need that belt to be defended against Gunther in the last match. I certainly am not looking for Gunther to be the IC champ again. I don't know. Mid-cards title. I don't need it. Do I think he could? He could, because apparently they've spoke about it. But I don't need him to have it. German suplex there by Sol. Sol going up to the middle rope. Sol with a... Ooh, went for a drop kick, missile drop kick. Charlotte, though. Oh, look at it. That's not a Boston crab. That's the walls. She did like a walls of Jericho. In all fairness, he did kind of modify the walls. But, oh, here's the Soul Snatcher. Gets it. Soul Snatcher. 1, 2. Ah, Alexa makes the save, and she needed to make the save. Charlotte was not kicking out of that Soul Snatcher. She was not kicking out of it. Wonderful move. Wonderful move. The Soul Snatcher, so impressive. Oh, right now, Alexa getting caught. She was trying to take Zaria over. Bang! Into the barricade goes Alexa. Big boot there by Charlotte. This match is okay. This match is okay. There's lots of moving parts, lots of action. Going up. Oh. So, moonsault. To the outside, there's Blake Monroe. Blake Monroe applauding away. And there is Blake Monroe getting involved, distracting Sol. Don't fall for it, Sol. You've got a big opportunity here. Ah, chop block, chop block, chop block. Blake Monroe with the distraction. I tell you what, it's pretty fun seeing Blake Monroe and Charlotte Flair so close together. That's a match that I never thought about. Right now, we've got Sol down, figure 4. She does it better than her daddy. Figure 4 is going to bridge into the figure 8. No, she gets out of it. Oh, why didn't she bridge? She puts it on again. Now she bridges. She just wanted to put a little bit more damage in. But there it is. The figure 8 is in. And Sol taps. Sol taps. Sol taps. Blake celebrates. That was fine. So there we go. It is a win for the tag champs. A win for the tag champs. We're already half an hour into this show. That's amazing. Dun dun. Bow down to the queen. That Soul Snatcher is sick. The Soul fans aren't going to be happy, said Johnny. They are not going to be happy at all. Yeah, so distraction by Blake. Triple H likes burying all the new people, said Zoom. Okay, well, there's Charlotte and Alexa. They're in the ring to shake hands with the challengers to show respect. And how is Zaria going to react to the fact that that is a tag team title opportunity that has gone? Okay, here's Jacob. Welcome to the Bay Area. Oh, this is where he's from. Is that Drew standing in the background? Is that Drew? I'm going to show you the real meaning of Ghost Ride the Whip. All gas. No brakes with it. Yeah, that I mean. It's all gas. No brakes. Yeah, that I mean. Big match. Big match coming up. Who's going to be the #1 contender? Okay, we're going to hear from Alistair and Zaria. I forgot about that. Coming up next, Alistair Black and Zelina. That was pretty fun. Forgot about that. I'm mad they've turned Fatu into a catchphrase machine, said Be Serious. Bishop said, isn't his football jersey on backwards? I mean, no. It looks like it is, but I believe that's just how they have those jerseys. We're not. If you watch soccer, I'm going to call it soccer. They always have their names on the back. So when you see the name and the number on the front, it just looks a bit weird. But I think for whatever that is, college football, is it? NFL? I don't know. I think it's correct. I don't know why, but I thought the mystery figure was Cameron Grimes, said Hannah. To the moon. Wrestling fan said every sport is like that. Not football. I feel like they're pushing Zelina and Alistair to be what Cross and Scarlett were. Actually, and also not basketball. Because basketball, that's the name of the place on. Doesn't it? I mean, before it used to have logos, that's when it was that's when NBA was peak NBA. Yeah. That's when it was proper unmissable, when it had the logo on the front. Now it just says like the team name and it sucks. Toronto or Raptors or something. When it had like the Raptor on there, that was better. Just pointing, listen. We try our best to make wrestling better. We can try and fix basketball as well sometimes. Logan said, Daze, could it be Randy in the main event against Drew? Because if Drew takes out Jacob before the main event, could that be true? Well, it could be. It could be. Again, I know one thing that has been said. I know one rumor that I saw before the stream started. I know that there's plenty of rumors that Jacob is injured, and we were talking in Unseen about they're still promoting this match. And then we get to the show and they're still promoting the match on the show. It's very interesting. I am standing firm that I do not expect this match to take place. Or if it does, it'll be a very quick squash with Drew winning. So, but I don't think it takes place. But it's very interesting to find out that we are in, I think we're in California. I never put 2 and 2 together. This is where Jacob is from. I'm betting this is a show that Jacob did not want to miss. So they could have just announced the injury and took him off the show. Maybe they did not do that because of where we are. Because I think where we are is quite important. Because this is where Jacob is from. So I'd imagine this was a show that he was very excited for and very much looking forward to. And there may even be friends and family that are in attendance. Okay, we are at commercial break at the moment, if you are wondering what the hell's going on. The name on the back too for American football, says Jacob is wearing it backwards. I think I've seen a picture though of him having the name and the number on the back. I think he's got it on the front and on the back. So that's what I'm basing it on. I don't think he's wearing it backwards. I think the name and the number is on the front and the back. But if you're telling me that it is on backwards, then okay. There's a picture that I've seen that, because I had that question as well. I think I even raised it in an Unseen. And then I saw something which was like, oh no, it's on both sides. If I had that tweet saved, I would show it to you. But my knowledge of American football is close to zero. So if people are telling me that it is on backwards, I am going to believe you. Okay, we are seeing Petco Park Daze calling football, soccer makes me want to punch him in the face. Yes, but you want to punch me in the face anyway, James. So I might as well give you a good reason for it. Okay, here's Alistair. The reality. Here they are. I've not felt this accomplished. This isn't new. It was always part of the plan. She's got a snake around her, which looks awesome. This was inevitable, he says. I like that line. I think that they are going to do very, very well together. I could see a lot of people watching that and getting quite excited. I think those two together, the way that it was shot and presented as well, it makes you want to watch more. It makes me want to watch more. So I like that. I like that. Okay, we're just looking last week with Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn. The MFTs. This was always part of the plan. They look good. They look good.
This is
Oh. Wrong one. Bang. Okay, we got The Miz. What's this? I'm not even on the show, says Sammy. I wanted Shinsuke to have a proper rematch. Okay, so Sammy is saying that he wants a match, but the crazy thing is that he... oh my God. Yeah, the crazy thing is they've already shown a graphic saying he's having a match. Is that a botch? They've already shown a graphic that he's got his open challenge coming up next, and now we're seeing a video package of him with Nick Aldis. I'm going out there and I'm going to defend this. Yeah, I think they've boobed. I think they've boobed. Okay, here's the Miz. The Miz with a little smile on his face. Miz teasing that he is going to answer that. So Miz teasing he's going to answer the open challenge. He is definitely getting taken out by Carmelo. Sammy is ready. That was a bit unnecessary. Carmelo going to cost the Miz, said Mark. Commercial break. It better not be the Miz. We're at an advert. The outrage if it is the Miz, said Curtis. It won't be the Miz. It won't be the Miz. I don't know why they already showed the open challenge graphic and then did a whole thing about how I'm not on the show when they just showed the graphic saying that he was on the show. That's a botch. Botchy botch. Might be the worst botch I've ever seen. The worst botch ever happened on this week's SmackDown. What's the point in giving Miz a US title match? He doesn't need those opportunities anymore, said Lucha Lala. I don't think it's going to be the Miz. Is it just me, or has this show been a bit, says Robbie. Well, I mean, you could say that throughout 2025, couldn't you? Daze, you should make a song called Botch. I'll get AI to do it. Actually, could I get AI to do it? Chat GPT. Let's see what it says. Write a song about WWE called Botch. Do it. Nice. That sounds like a killer concept. What vibe do you want it to have? I want it to be pop punk. I want a pop punk song about botching. Okay, here we go. Tried to hit the ropes, but I slipped on the floor. Crowd went wild, but not like before. I missed my cue. The timing was off. The finisher flopped. Now they're screaming botch. Ref looks lost. He's counting to 10. I'm on the mat just laughing again. The camera zooms in. My pride took a shot. Highlight reel, and I'm the plot. It's just a botch. Another fall from grace. Another meme with my stupid face. I swear I had it planned, but fate said not. I gave it all I got, and still I botch. Backstage heat, I'm the talk of the night. Twitter's got clips in 4K light. I practiced the spot 1,000 times, but my big break broke the internet's minds. Manager's mad, my tag team's gone, but I'm still humming my entrance song. Tripped on the stage, probably a lot. Born to perform, born to botch. It's just a botch, another fall from grace. Another meme with my stupid face. I swear I had it planned, but fate said not. I gave it all I got, and I still botch. Woo! Mate, that is peak content right there. That is peak content. And you lot are coming around here saying that AI is something bad when it just spits out classics like that. Just churning out classics. Come on. No, I'm still botched. That's going to be in all our heads, isn't it, eh? A lot of people are saying that's the big song of the summer. Let's go. And we're straight back from... Look at the timing. Now we're back from commercial break as well. Oh, wow. They're talking about Hogan's Rock and Wrestling cartoon being available on the Vault. Dun, 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 dun. Right. That just sent 50 Cent into retirement, said Curtis. Oh, we're seeing a clip. Mate, this is sick. They're showing us a clip from Hogan's Rock and Wrestling cartoon. Junkyard Dog's in. There's Hogan in the bath. What's he doing down there? Hey? Ah, so good. So good. They should do more classic clips. I've said this for ages. They should have classic clips. WWE has got all this wealth of content. Can't we just have, like, classic clip of the week? And then there we're looking at a little bit of rock and wrestling. They could do that. They could advertise a different Vault thing each week. Anyway, Sammy's coming down. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Bring back the network. Yeah. That took me back to the 80s, said Black Onyx. It was great, wasn't it? Great. Yes. Took me back to the 80s. I wasn't even around in the 80s. Still took me back, though. Sammy is in the ring. Sammy. So the person that's going to answer is going to be The Miz, but then we're all expecting The Miz to get attacked. Or at least that's what I'm expecting. And then, well, I wasn't expecting this person. You know that. But once again, we can't have lovely things in this world. We can't have lovely surprises. Here's The Miz. Here's The Miz. I'm so sick of open challenges. Here's Carmelo. Down goes The Miz. Carmelo starts unloading on The Miz. Into the screen goes The Miz. Right, let's end the poll. Sammy in the ring and he's all confused. So who is going to be the replacement for The Miz? Here we go. It is Ilya Dragunov. So there was word earlier today that Ilya was... Well, I say earlier today. It was bang at the very start of the stream. Word dropped... Oh, what? 2.5 hours ago? That Ilya had been spotted... And that he was wearing a knee brace and he was in the ring. It sucks, doesn't it? It just sucks. It just sucks that that's been spoiled. Okay, well, I'm definitely down. Love Ilya. Big fan of Ilya. Big fan of his work. Loved him down in developmental. Out for over 12 months. This match should bang. Sami Zayn has made his bed and now he has got to lay in it. So yeah, probably, well, maybe about 2 hours 50 now at the time of recording this. Word leaked out that he'd been spotted. Wow, he's gone and got a new tattoo, though. I've not seen that tattoo on his neck and his chest. So it looks like Ilya has gone out and got himself a tattoo. Oh, I don't remember him having this last time I saw him. Sammy shaking the hand of Ilya, and this match should absolutely bang. Banger incoming. Cancel whatever you were doing. Sammy unloading big forearm shots. Now we've got Ilya. He's got Sammy against the ropes. Ah, mate, look at the intensity. Clothesline there by Sammy. Ilya goes down. Right now we've got Sammy looking over to Ilya. Sammy grabbing Ilya, throwing in a chop. He's got Ilya looking for a suplex. Got him up. Ilya lands on his feet. Elbow coming in there by Sammy, and again. Round the back. Ilya trying to find a way of getting out of that like a bear hug. Reverses. Sammy trying to get out of it as well. Sammy with the forearm shot. And again. Another forearm shot there by Sammy. Sammy going against the ropes. Another oh, lovely kick coming in there by Ilya. Ilya charging over. Coming into Sammy. Big knee to the midsection. Ilya over the other side. Big boot by the Mad Dragon. And he's on the ropes looking out at the crowds. Sammy Ilya is continuing after this break. So we're just going to commercial break. So Ilya, Sammy. Great to have him back. Brilliant to have him back. We're at advert. Yeah, we're at advert at the moment. Right. He looks good, said Zoom Station. Jordan said, the best Sammy Open challenge I've seen is Sammy against Javon. Well, I've got real high hopes for this, to be honest. I got really high hopes for this because I really think that this can cook. This one, I think, is going to be really, really fun. Okay, Ilya is climbing up. We've got just over 2 minutes to left of this commercial break. Ilya goes to the outside. So we are staying with the action during this commercial break. I love that Ilya is back, said Tyler. Ilya looks like he's got bigger since he was injured, said Logan's. Yeah, been away for... They keep talking about the fact he's been away for 13 months. Corey Graves said he seems to be extremely focused and he seems to be in fantastic physical condition. I think everyone's really impressed with kind of the size of Ilya. Suplex by Sammy. Kick out there by Ilya. Sammy is down on his knees. I outdid myself on dinner tonight, said Nico. What did you have, buds? Hannah said, some predictions for next year. Ilya wins the World Heavyweight Championship. WWE tests the first AI story, which proves to be successful. JC Jane becomes a focal point in the ratings for Smackdown. And also some great bars from Daze. Thank you, Hannah. Chop coming in there by Sammy. And again, throwing in these blows to Ilya. Ilya down as Sammy is in control. We're 18 seconds away from coming back from commercial break. Shot coming into the midsection. I think we've got a Let's Go Sammy chant just breaking out. I mean, Ilya hadn't really established himself on the main roster. So I don't know that the crowd are going to be crazy behind Ilya because I don't think he'd really been able to, as we said, establish himself. Shoulder up there by Ilya. So they're just showing some of the stuff that went down during commercial. Okay, right now, Sammy has got Ilya. He's got a front face lock. Ilya getting back up to his feet. Chop coming in there by Sammy. This is where the match is going to start cooking now. This is where we're going to make some progress. Shot coming in there by Sammy. Forearm shot coming back there by Ilya. Ilya goes down. Sammy goes back to the corner. Ilya gets back up to his feet, charges, comes over to Sammy. Sammy with the back elbow. Sammy going up, looking for a, wow, lovely DDT, spike DDT to Ilya. Ilya over the other sides. Sammy in position to deliver a haluva, but a big boot there by Ilya. Ilya with the pin, 2. Kick out there by Sammy. Kick out by Sammy. Oof. Yeah, that DDT was sick. I mean, he really spikes him on that DDT. Shoulder up by Sammy. This match continuing. Ilya just having a few words with Sammy here. Sammy on his knees. Elbow coming in there by Sammy. And again. Oh, lovely German. That was a great German. That was a great German by Ilya. And he's keeping a hold of Sammy. This was something that he used to do. Deliver a German and just not let go. I remember him doing this to Gunther. Oh, lovely roll up there by Sammy, though. Ilya managing to kick out. Ilya on his feet, charging over. Goes for a big shot. Nice. And actually, Sammy's doing it now. Sammy delivers a German and doesn't let go. It looked like he was going for another. I think he wants to get another. You can see Ilya being picked up. He's going to deliver another. Back elbow by Ilya. And again. Sammy, though. Bang. There we go. A second German. He's still not letting go. Sami Zayn taking a leaf out of Ilya's book on this one as he's looking for a third German. 2 German suplexes in a row. Couldn't get the thirds. And now we've got Ilya throwing in some elbows to the side of the heads. Unloading here. Some big shots on Sammy. Picking up Sammy. Has got him up. Slams him down. Right now, Ilya kind of falls on top of Sammy. That's not going to be enough to put Sammy away. Okay, we've got some decent action. I don't know that we've quite got out of kind of second or third at the moment. It feels like we've done some good foundation work, though. Ilya is on top. Looking for a splash. Lands on his feet. Rolls through. Right now, picked up. Lovely. Michinoku driver there by Sammy. Shoulder up by Ilya. Goods. Got a graphic for Jacob Drew coming up tonight. Yeah, I mean, considering he's just come back, this is his first match back. I mean, it's very impressive. Sammy has got Ilya. Sammy with a chop coming in there to Ilya. Ilya goes down. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." We got a little bit of a "This is awesome" vibe kind of around, but it's not totally broke out yet. Like we said, I think the foundation work has been really strong. It's not going to take much for this crowd to burst into that chant. I mean, they're saying it at the moment. It's not being, it's not a full-throated "This is awesome," but a couple of elbows coming in there by Sammy. Sammy has got Ilya on the outside of the ring. Ilya, oh, mate! Another DDT, but this time on the edge of the ring. Look at that. Oh. I think Ilya sort of managed to protect himself a little bit. I don't think his head actually makes contact with the ring on the replay. He kind of hooks his arm on that rope, and I think like he manages to avoid his head being driven. I'm not sure that people in the crowd would have seen that, though. It feels like a match that would have MSTs or Dark State interrupts, said Steve. Oh, gods. You could be right, you know, Steve. It could be that we do get the MFTs interrupting again. You could be right. Ilya getting back into the ring. Okay, right now we've got Ilya telling Sammy to bring it. Sammy comes over. Commercial break. Kicks coming in there by Sammy. Certainly a tough day at the office, this one, isn't it? Certainly a tough day at the office for Sammy to be in there with Ilya. Chop coming in there by Sammy. James said Ilya hasn't lost a step, which is crazy. He's got no ring rust. Rapid fire chops coming in there by Ilya. Headbutts as well there by Ilya. Ilya really digging deep. Goes for the cover. 2. Kick out there by Sammy. Sammy now coming back with some big shots. These two wailing away at each other. Mate, one of the best part of this matches is happening right now. Ilya with a big powerbomb to Sammy. 1, 2. Sammy kicks out. This is going down during commercial break. I don't know if you guys are on picture-in-picture, but these two really like slapping away at each other, throwing at each other. Powerbomb coming in by Ilya. Crowd applauding. We spoke about going to that next level, and we are seeing that right now. Sammy down, Ilya down, and we are now getting a more full-throated "This is awesome" chant. Yes, yes. Right now, Ilya down, and even whilst being down, kicking out at Sammy. Sami Zayn slumps down. Right now, kicks coming out there to Ilya. Both of these guys are down. It's another great match to add to this series of matches. Another chop coming in. These two are just unloading on each other whilst being down on the ground. Another shot coming in there by Sammy. Could you imagine if this match was on a PLE without commercial interruptions? Just how fantastic it would be. Knees coming in there by Ilya. Pop, pop, pop. Big shot coming in there by Ilya as well as Sammy goes down. Ilya over against the ropes. With the matches Sammy has had with this open challenge, I've got to say, this is number 1 so far, said Harry. Robbie said, this is the best match I've seen since Cena Styles. Okay, we're coming back from the commercial break, and we're probably into the final part of this match now. Chops coming in there by Ilya. He pushes Sammy down. Sammy is down. Here's Ilya. Oh, big senton off the top. 1, 2. Kick out there by Sammy. Kick out by Sammy. Yeah, so commentators really putting over the fact that Sammy did a hell of a job there to kick out of that. They're just showing a replay of some of the things that went down during the commercial break. Look at that. Senton off the ropes. Crowd applauding away as Sammy is using the ropes to get back up. Ilya drives Sammy back into the corner. Ilya climbing up. Sammy trying to stop him. Chop coming in there by Ilya. And again. Chop there by Ilya. Shot coming back there by Sammy. Another big blow coming in by Ilya. Chopping away. Sammy in the corner. Forearm shot coming in there by Sammy. And again. Another big chop there by Sammy as Ilya goes down. Oh, mate, another chop coming in there by Ilya. Ilya looking for a big superplex. No. Revolve. Big superplex. Sammy is down. Here comes the H-bomb. Ilya with the H-bomb. Oh, big boot there by Sammy. I'm really pleased Sammy did that because you could see Sammy kind of get in position for the H-bomb. So it kind of felt like he was playing possum. Goes for the haluva. Doesn't get it. Right now, Ilya picks up Sammy into a suplex. Oh, my God. 1, 2. Kick out, mate. My God, we might need to see a flipping VAR replay of that count. We might need to see a VAR replay. That felt really close. I could believe that was a 3. Knee coming in there by Ilya. 1, 2. Sammy. Oh, my God. Blimmin' hell. Brilliant action. Okay, Ilya with Sammy. Got a chop coming in, spinning back fist, and to the legs as well. Oh, big miss. Here we go. Blue Thunderbomb. Couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. Duck underneath there by Ilya. Ilya through the ropes. Oh, my God. Wonderful. Wonderful work there by Ilya. Here we go. Ilya, beginning of the ends. Big boot there by Sammy. Sammy had it scouted. Blue Thunderbomb incoming. Here it is. Connects. 1, 2. Oh! We carry on. We carry on. Look at it. Look at that, mate. He got booted right in the mush. Right in the mush. And that Blue Thunderbomb has been putting people away, you know. Again, the crowd cheering, chanting away. Holy is the chant. Ilya slumps down in the corner. Sammy looking out at the fans. Trying to get them fired up one last time. Going for Haluva. There's boos from the crowd, though, and I think we're going to get some outside interference. There is Solo. There is Solo. Solo walking away. But where's the rest of the MFTs? Oh, bang! Exploder by Sammy. Sammy going over to the other sides. Still wondering where these MFTs are. Oh, connection by Ilya. Sammy down. Ilya, H-bomb, connects. Is he going to do it? 1, 2, oh! Oh my God. And no. My brain was just like, was that for the title? Was that for the title? It was for the title. Ilya Dragunov is the new United States champ. I mean, Solo does provide a distraction. But oh my flipping gods. I just thought that they were going to get involved and that was going to be it. No way. No way. Did I think Ilya was getting the belt? Mate, at the start of this stream, I didn't even expect Ilya to be on this show. Wow. Wow. What a match, said Will. You deserve it, says Robbie. Wow. What an amazing match. What an amazing moment. There's a couple of counts in there, which I really don't know if they were threes or not. I'd have to go back and like re-look at them, but the fact that I'm not sure means like it didn't ruin my enjoyment of the match. I was still right there with it. But I could believe people looking online going, oh, that was... Oh, here's the MFTs. Here they are. So MFTs are here. I can't believe it. I can't believe they've done that. I can't believe they've pulled the trigger on that. Solo is in the ring. Phoenix is coming down. He got murked. I wonder if we're going to get the Wyatts because they got murked. Oh, big shot. He gets caught there by Tala. Phoenix planted. So we've got them. Here's Solo. Right, let's get that poll up, shall we? So the MFTs are laying both Sammy and Ilya out. Boos. Well, at least they gave us a clean finish. We can boo them all we want, but we did get a conclusion to the match. Did you all forget? Did you all forget? Let me remind you. MFTs run SmackDown. I will make my family tree champions again. Lights have gone out. Here's the Wyatts. We've actually got a video from the Wyatts. Here's Howdy. Well, it's great to see him again. It's more Bo, I suppose. So Bo is saying, are you prepared for what's on the other side? Solo doesn't look worried, but he needs to turn around. I wonder if Howdy is with the Wyatts or if he was just in that video. I mean, good to see him, of course. Even if it was just in the video. They don't have the numbers, though, the Wyatts. I mean, there's 5 guys against 3 guys and Nikki. Listen, Nikki can cause problems, but I would take Solo over Nikki. Because she seems to be... why is he backing away? I don't get it. Why is Solo backing away? They've got the numbers. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't. You want to step up to us? He's running around saying we run this place, and then when they actually step up to him, he walks away, even though they've got the numbers advantage. Don't know. Is this going to be War Games? MFTs, Sammy, and others, said Carl. I don't think so. I think that there could be a match at War Games, but I don't think it's going to be the War Games match. Solo is scared of Nikki Cross, said Curtis. That's the best half an hour in quite a while. Really good, wasn't it? Really, really fun. Really enjoyed it. I think Howdy's lying in wait, said Steve. Did you see Bo change into Bray in the video at the start, said Alexander. No, they could have overlaid Bray on top of him. Jay said, is that War Games? Definitely not what I would have expected, but I don't know what we do now the vision is done. Nah. You've got to get Roman and Jay and CM Punk, and, you know, if they've already got Brock booked for that card, you got to get him on the show. Like, we're not just going to throw all that away and replace it with Wyatt's MFTs. Because you got to get all the... I mean, what are you going to do with Roman? What are you going to do with Punk? What are you going to do with Jay? What are you going to do with Brock? Braun and Bronson, they're massively invested in. What are you going to do with those guys? I mean, you don't just remove them from Survivor Series, do they? So I really struggle with the concept that I don't even know what you do with all of those. Take them off the show and just do Wyatt's MFTs? No. I think Wyatt's MFTs could feature on that show in just a normal match. But I don't see us like making that now the War Games match. Although saying that, I mean, plumbing now, we all know what WWE creatives like. God only knows what they think of doing. Right. Maybe they could just have a traditional Survivor Series match, said Brandon. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I could definitely see it being a case that they do a match of some description at Survivor Series. I think that was always the direction. It's probably why they started that feud now, you know. Shout out to Sammy, says Brony. He really revived the prestige and intrigue surrounding the US title with those open challenges. A very great run by Sammy, and I applaud that. Nothing but banger matches. Dun 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 bum bum bum. Right, we're at commercial break. Get your votes in for that last match. Hopefully, Ilya keeps the open challenges going, says Maca Rice. Yeah, I wonder if... I mean, I don't know if Sammy's going to want a rematch or if he's going to set his sights now on... or if he's going to set his sights on going after the MFTs. Crazy, though. What a crazy little 10 minutes that's been. Well, a crazy match as well before. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. I was about to say, Jericho answering Sammy's challenge would be a great way for him to return. Well, he could always answer an Ilya challenge, couldn't he? If Ilya's gonna... I mean, Ilya's a babyface. I don't know that he's going to stop those challenges. Plus, also, to be honest, I've tuned in each week to SmackDown, really looking forward to those challenges. So, it would be good to keep them going. We're just having a look at Perth. Dun, dun. And we're just looking back at what went down on last week's SmackDown, Crown Jewel, and Raw episodes. Of course, chunk of the roster is now in America. The rest of it has moved on to Japan. Daze, maybe Solo doesn't want to get them involved with the Wyatt Six creepy stuff. Well, don't get involved in their matches then. Don't confront them last week. I think you got yourself involved. That would be crazy if you got involved in their stuff last week and then this week went, oh no, I don't want to do that anymore. Like, I think that cat's out the bag now. All right, they've even got some footage from the Japanese show that took place last night. They look nice, don't they? Arby's, what? Tender, what? They look nice. Okay, they're just showing us Tiffany and Stephanie. I think Meltzer, because I know you lot care, gave this match, I think it was 3-2-5. I was thinking the same thing, and I don't even eat steak, said Jay. Look good, didn't it, buds? Look goods. Since we started the last quarter of the year, WWE has been great. Basically, just after WrestlePalooza. Yeah. Well, I think it's massively improved, yes. I think it's still got, room for improvement easily, but yes, I agree with you. The Wyatts have actually put out the actual video that was shown. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We're backstage with Tiffany. Stephanie Vaquer is a great champion. Here's Kiana. I knew you didn't have what it took. Kiana's saying, I offered my help to Stephanie. I never offered my help to you. Kiana says she is capable of getting the job done, and a match has been made for next week. So Tiffany against Kiana next week. Tiffany's record in this year is 17-1. It was quite bad, actually, when you think about it. Both the SmackDown people lost. I didn't think about that. We never really spoke about it in regards to Raw versus SmackDown. I didn't even think about it at all. Well, Motor City Machine Guns have been in WWE for a year. So we've got the Motor City Machine Guns. They are backstage. Here is Los Garza. You came in like a Ferrari, but since then you've looked more like my grandfather's lawnmower. So we've just got Motor City Machine Guns, Los Garza. How about we make it a yearly thing? We beat you in our debut, and how about we face you again tonight? So seems like we've got a rematch coming up. Yeah, so Motor City against Los Garza. How have they been in WWE for a year, yet their music still starts with Raise Your Fist? Is this Def Rebel? Can we un-Def Rebel them? If they've upgraded Santos, that would be dope. So I think so. He wasn't with them there, was he? Will John Cena go in the Hall of Fame early after he retired? He has accomplished everything. He'll definitely go in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if it'll be early. I mean, there's not really a rush because, you know, he can only go really in the Hall of Fame once and then go in for his matches. So you're only going to get so many Hall of Fame appearances out of him. I mean, there's only one match that goes in each year. Or at least I believe there is just one. Obviously, it's a new concept. So it's not like he can make like a yearly appearance, you know? So I don't know. I wouldn't be in a rush. Put him in a few years' time. A few years after that, put a match in. Something like that. Of course he's going in. But we know that next year is probably being headlined by Stephanie. I'd imagine she'll be the headliner. Harry said, I'm glad that contract with Def Rebel is coming to an end because it is ruining entrances. Denotation says, I am going to eliminate the memory of Tiffany's Women's Championship reign. I mean, it's not been that strong, I would say, since all the controversy around her and Charlotte. Okay, Los Garza are getting in the ring. Motor City Machine Guns against Los Garza. James said, worst tag team ever. Ridiculous. Motor City are a bit boring to me, said let him in. Los Garza's theme sounds like Tiffy's, says Brony. Okay, here we go then. We are underway as Angel Garza goes over and starts throwing in kicks to Alex Shelley. I feel sorry for him, actually. I mean, they've got to try and follow up that really good match. Do you know what's really interesting is we are 3/4 of the way through this show and we still have not managed to bring any clarity to what we're doing with Drew Jacob. Drew Jacob right now is still happening. Okay, against the ropes goes Sabin through the ropes. As I think that'll take us to commercial break. Daze, how come you allowed Sean Ross Sapp to take all the credit on the Seth injury? I thought you was the GOAT of scoops. No, I retired, didn't I? I said I went in, got my one scoop, and then I retired on top. So, listen, you are always going to have these young rising stars coming through. You know, you see it in sport, don't you? I mean, it's not like baseball finished after Babe Ruth. You know, there was other stars that came through. So, for me, I got in there. I got the scoop of the year. You know, I showed my credentials as a journalist. And I was done, honestly. I was quite happy with my career. And so I retired. So it's great to see these young journalists coming through. People like Dave Meltzer, people like Sean Ross Sapp. I wish them all the best, honestly. Nothing but good vibes from me. I wish them all the very best. So, no, that was not my scoop. I was not even looking for that as a scoop. That is definitely, that belongs elsewhere. Sick Horror Kingman said, did we just stop the Street Profits story? Came in and you can't tell me Triple H likes black male wrestlers. Blimey, now that went down roads I wasn't expecting. Do we think that that's a race thing? I mean, I've not made that connection personally. I mean, I think one thing I can say about Triple H is that it doesn't matter if you are black or white. There is a good chance that your creative is going to suck. That is definitely not a race thing. I know there are a lot of issues in the world, and I know that race can be pointed at for a lot of the world's problems. A lot of division, a lot of heartache, heartbreak. And, you know, we're working hard to try and get rid of racism, but I am going to struggle if we're going to have a conversation about how right now black wrestlers are being having their creative botched and white wrestlers are eating good. Because pretty consistently across the board, it sucks for everyone. Everyone's getting treated equal. You wanted equality. We have got it. We have got it. Pro wrestling right now is delivering what the world is looking for. Equality. Everyone gets treated the same. Everyone's creative sucks. If only the rest of the world could be like WWE. If only we could find a way of bringing this kind of equality to the world as a whole. So I can't venture with you on that. But where are the Street Profits? Well, I'm sure that we will get something out of them. It does seem like the Wyatts have moved on to the MFTs now. But obviously the Street Profits, they were teasing a few problems, a few dramas. I'm sure they'll be around soon enough and we'll get a bit of a follow-up on that. V85 said it just doesn't matter about the colour of your skin. If your name is Stephanie, you're set for life. That's true. That's true. Stephanie McMahon or Stephanie Vicaire, it doesn't really matter. Daze, what member would you add to the Wyatt Six for them to even up the numbers? Could Braun come in? Well, Braun would have been excellent, wouldn't he? Braun would have been excellent. If Braun was still around, that would be the go-to answer. So, could Braun come in? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, when they let him go, they had to know that they were going to do this feud. And it's not like we've made the MFTs bigger than they were. You know, the MFTs... I know Tala came in a little while ago, but I kind of feel like if you sit down and go, right, for Survivor Series, let's do MFTs Wyatts, then you've got to have something in mind. Are we going to align Sammy with them. I mean, Sammy has got a big Solo problem. That's twice now that Sammy has been interrupted with Solo. It goes all the way back, doesn't it, to the Bloodline? You know, Solo and Sammy were in the Bloodline together. And, you know, Sammy was trying to win that title from Roman. And, you know, Solo has been a bit of a thorn in Sammy's side for a little while. So, I don't know. I mean, it's an odd couple, but could Sammy work alongside the Wyatts? I don't know if that feels right, but it certainly feels like a possibility considering everything that we're doing at the moment. And then, of course, Howdy coming back would make a lot of sense. I mean, I don't know where he is. I don't know why he's not been around, but it would make sense to bring him back. Right now, tag being made. Got Saban with a crossbody. Let's end that poll so we don't get confused. With the Rumble being just a few months away, I think it's smart for them to take the belt off Sammy. Maybe start building him up as being a world champion. I can see that. It's just a bit of a shame, isn't it? Because the Open Challenge was so much fun. I always look forward to it. So, you know, having things on the show that you enjoy, that you look forward to, it is just a bit of a shame to lose that. But yeah, that is true. I do think Sammy is in contention to win the Rumble. I do think that that is a direction that we could be heading in. Right now, Berto gets kicked in the midsection. In the ring comes Angel. Super kicks there by Motor City. Roll up. 1, 2. Berto picks up. Slams down Saban. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Live for the Rumble. She won a poll on Facebook with 30,000 votes. WWE needs her X Factor, said Greta. Well, she definitely can be in contention. She's obviously just out with injury at the moment. But she is expected to make it back in time. He's going to slam him down, is he? Lovely. Lovely work there by Los Garza. Saban down, but the pin is saved. OG Bloodline needs Sammy to patch them back together, said Zoom Station. Do you know, that's an interesting point, actually, because does Sammy find his way into that match? I don't think so. I mean, you could replace Jacob with Sammy. You could have Roman, Sammy, Jimmy, Jay, and just add CM Punk into that team. I mean, there's no Jacob now. He's out with injury. Over the top. Motor City Machine Guns go down. Daze, what's the match of the year? I really love Sammy Kevin. I love that match. That's a guaranteed 5 stars. I think Meltzer gave it 5 as well, actually. I do love that. I do love Cena AJ. I think the Io Rhea match from Evolution is my favourite women's match. And I think that's in contention for match of the year. I wouldn't be down on anyone saying TLC. I think there's a few. I wouldn't be down on anyone saying Cena AJ. 1, 2, 3. Motor City win. But yeah, I think for me, I think I would go Kevin Sammy from Elimination Chamber. I thought they really pushed boundaries. I think they went as far as they absolutely could go. And maybe too far because, you know, I think it was after that Kevin revealed that he was injured. He says, though, that it wasn't that match. But it was brutal. That match was brutal. And as I said, I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves me correct, I'm pretty sure Meltzer gave that match 5 stars. Not that it matters, but... Okay, we're backstage. There's Fraxium. Let's go punch someone in the face. Yeah! Go punch someone in the face. Oh, here's Candice. Here's Johnny. Here's Tommaso. I can tell by your face. And he points at Axiom and you can't see his face. We've been staying out the way for the past 2 months. Nothing has changed around here. The Gazas are still losers. Okay, so we're teasing somewhere between Fraxium and DIY. It is fun that Johnny's wearing a Candice shirt, Candice wearing a Johnny shirt. Okay, here's Jacob coming out then. Okay, this is going to be interesting. How do they play this? How do they play this? Okay, we're backstage. We're backstage. Jacob down. Oh my God, look at the bloods. Look at the bloods. We got blood backstage. There's like unitary and everything. Is that teeth? Is that meant to be teeth? Are those meant to be teeth? I think they're meant to be teeth. Jacob's been marked. Jacob's been marked backstage. Well, we have got a real problem because we haven't got a main event. There's no main event. Right, guys, thanks for watching. Appreciate the support. Hope you had a great evening. WWE are just going to have to end early. Oh, God, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. What's it? I'll ask ChatGPT. I'll ChatGPT. We'll see what that's got to say. Help. Jacob Fatu has been attacked backstage and we have no main event for Drew McIntyre on SmackDown. What do we do with 15 minutes left of the show? Let's see what it says. Okay, deep breath. Crisis mode activated. Yes. Okay. Option 1. Drew McIntyre open challenge. Okay. Drew McIntyre open challenge. We can do that. Here's some options. LA Knight, Solo Sikoa, Sheamus, Bron Breakker. Right? That's what it's saying. Okay. Option 2. Right. Option 2. Bloodline in Chaos. Paul Heyman comes out. Drew is in the ring. Then you have Kevin Owens or Randy. We might have a problem there. Maybe Randy. And then maybe Randy's revealed to be a part of the Vision. Okay. And then we get Randy Drew with Heyman at ringside. Okay. I don't know that Heyman's there, though. Who attacked Jacob, right? So just stick with this. Stick with this as a mystery, okay? Maybe we do that. Stick with this as a mystery and we try and figure out who attacked him. There's panic and we just stick with Adam and we don't actually do a match. Turn this into a cliffhanger, right? and make it revealed that Drew was with Nick Aldis, sorry. So Drew was with Nick Aldis. It was not Drew. And then turn it into a cliffhanger of who flipping attacked Jacob. People will speculate that it might be Cody. Those are the chat GPT options. Right, here we go. We're about to find out what the flip they're gonna do. Jackson said, I think Sammy lost the title because he will replace Jacob. Oh, I feel sick. What a horrible thing to happen. What a truly horrible thing to happen. Here he is, look. Yeah, that I mean. Jacob. Who was it, Jacob? Drew's going out. Look, his music's already playing. Drew's on his way. He can't talk. He probably can't talk because all his teeth have been knocked out. So if he did talk, he'd be like, what? What? Who is it, Jacob? Boom bapping buyer. Who's boo bapping buyer? It was boo bapping buyer. Boo bapping buyer, Burtby. Who burt you, Jacob? Who burt you? Boo bapping buyer, burt you. Boo bapping buyer, Burtby. Boo bapping buyer, burp you. What's he saying? What the hell is he saying? Does anyone understand what the flip is saying? Boo bapping buyer. Who's boo bapping buyer? Someone get me an assistant. We need a translator. Apparently we've signed a new wrestler called Boo Bappin Buyer. Baby bar. Oh my god. And then we could just do that for the end of the show. Maybe we could just do 15 minutes of Jacob trying to talk with no teeth. Mate. That's it, innit? That'll save this show. Okay, Drew's in the ring. Let's see what he's got to say. Let's see what he has got to say. It appears your boy... It appears your boy has no brakes. All gas, no brakes. Raise my hands. Raise my hands, says Drew. Raise my hands. Do me a favor. Raise my hands. Okay. Don't say another word. I swear to God. If I find out it was you... So Drew's saying it wasn't him, actually, which is interesting, if that is true, of course. Please tell me that you are not working for corporate Cody. Here's corporate Cody. You know what you did. Oh, God, what if ChatGPT's right? What if it isn't Drew? What if it isn't Drew? Mate, if they're using AI and I've just used AI, we might have got the same answer. You want your title match? Let's do it right here, right now. But you're not ready, Cody. You're not ready. Drew's ready, but you're not ready. You can't do it in those clothes. He's got his suit on. What the hell's going on? You can't wrestle in a suit. You're not part of the secret Herbis. Kick coming in. Over, reverse. Drew goes into the barricades. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Now we're fighting in the crowds. We've only got 10 minutes to go. Okay, so I can now actually reveal that what was said earlier was that we were going to do Cody Drew instead. Cody versus Drew is the match that was rumoured. Cody smashing Drew into the railing. Shot coming in again there by Cody. We're fighting in the crowd right now. Cody with the chair. Bang to the midsection. Smashing Drew into the railing. So we're fighting in the crowd. I have no idea if this is actually a match. I don't believe it is. It said, you wanna fight? Let's fight. We got Cody chance. Drew getting smashed into a bin. People coming back from commercial are going to be so confused, said Alex. Oh, was a lot of that during commercial? Is that what it was? Metal Mama said it's Cody. They're turning him. He's all in black, says Metal Mama. Oh, God, I hope not. I'm not looking for Cody to turn personally. Right now, we've got... he's choking out Drew. I can tell you that there's people online thinking it's Randy that's done it. Cody is going to be suspected. Is this for the title? People are... I don't even know if this is a match. Shot coming in there by Drew. Cody's going to use the sonic boom. Yes! Guile! 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 Let's go, Guile! Let's go, Guile! Street Fighter got an angry big Scottish guy in it. Homelander Cody said EST. But could it not be Solo that attacked Jacob? Could be Matt. I've not watched in a while, but that seems likely. Yeah, it could be. I mean, they've been murking a lot of people. Okay, we've got Cody in there. The bell has sounded, and it is a match. We are underway. Cody wrestling in a suit with Drew. Oh, my God. It's a proper match. I just thought they were going to faff on the outside, but no, it's a proper match. Here we go. We got shots raining down by Drew. This can't be a real match, said Nico. It's a real match. Is the belt on the line, though? Are they actually defending the belt? Right now, we got takedown by Cody. Cody takes down Drew. Rains down some shots. Bella's sounded. Right now, looking for a lovely suplex. Lovely throw. Drew McIntyre slumps down in the corner. Drew on his hands and knees. Shot coming in there by Cody. Cody going up, looking to rain down some shots. So we are underway. Oh, he's kind of biting him as well, you know. Lands on his feet. Cody over against the ropes. Back elbow there by Drew. Cody goes down. We've only got 6 minutes to go here. This is pretty bonkers, isn't it? I still haven't got clarification, says Corey. Guys, in the truck, Brian! Brian! We haven't even got a Brian that works here, but Brian! Any Brian! Is this for the title? Brian Saxton! Is this for the title? Here we go, bionic elbow. No, kick to the midsection. Future shock DDT. Future shock DDT. No one knows if it's for the title. It's chaos. It's chaos. Cody doing a lot of heel tactics, said Sean. It is for the championship, says Donna. Not even Corey knows the rules, says Dr. Luchalala. Right now we got Cody down. Crowd are booing Drew. Over in the corner, chop coming in, and again. Another shot coming in there by Drew. Chops coming in there by Drew. We've only got 4 minutes. I just can't figure out where we're going. Where are we going? Chops coming in. Cody goes over against the ropes. They need to hurry up, said Kader. It's weird, isn't it? It's very strange. Chop coming in there by... That was vicious. Really vicious. Cody goes down. I mean, what are you going to do for Saturday night's main event if you're doing this here? Bang! Cody connects! Cody digging deep. Cody connected. Cody going against the ropes. Ah, shot coming in there by Drew. Shot coming in there by Drew. He catches Cody. 3 minutes to go. And we've got to end on time. We can't overrun because of this being on USA Network. And they can't overrun on USA unless they've pre-agreed it. Ah, shot there by Cody. Cody uses the belt. That's interesting. Cody uses the belt. Drew's going to win by DQ. Don't expect that from a babyface. They're giving Cody a bit of an edge, and they're certainly teasing turn. No, it's not the road I want to go down, but we've been down roads I don't want to go down many times. I'm sure we'll go down many more. Cody with an edge I like, though. He does need a bit of an update with his attitudes. Drew getting smashed into the commentary table. So it's a DQ. It's a flipping DQ. Cody looking for a crossroads on the commentary table. And now we've got some security members coming down. Well, there we go. That was Drew's championship match. And he lost. Sucks to be you, done it, Drew? Sucks to be you. Cody. Mate, Cody is so fired up. Launches himself at Drew. Wow. Cody is in there. This, of course, feels like it's far from done. I'm pretty sure we're going to get the... rematch. Cody wasn't really thinking about fighting there, was he? He was just thinking about brawling and hurting. That's what he was thinking. Still a very interesting booking decision, though. Cody Rhodes. Cody in a suit for every match now, said Steve. Cody does need an edge, said Nico. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that's a pretty good presentation for Cody. No nonsense, coming out, loads of energy, loads of aggression. It gives Drew something to talk about as well. Like, you know, I was trying to do it the right way. Cody came out. We were fighting in the crowds. He hits me with the belt. How long is Jacob out for? Apparently well into 2026. Apparently well into 2026. Cody in a suit like IRS. Yes, very good. Do we think solo MFTs could have attacked Jacob? I think it's an option, but the thing with WWE is they've got lots of options. So, you know, it absolutely could reveal to be Cody. I don't think it is, but it could be. It could be revealed to be Randy. It could be revealed to be Jacob. It could be revealed to be Drew. I think a lot of people will still have Drew as their number one suspect. All of those are possible. And the thing with WWE is you never quite know which one they're going to choose, you know? I mean, it would be great if there was some clue in the background that, you know, could help. That would be great. Because obviously, you know, then you could do a bit of detective work. But honestly, at this point, it could be anyone, couldn't it? Because it's up to Triple H to decide who he wants. Cody can keep fighting in a suit. It gives him the edge, said Nico. Cody did it for The Rock, said Duron. Tyler said it felt like Cody popped the collar of the shirt, just like his leather jacket when he was away from WWE, says Tyler. Could be Brock. Could be Brock. Could be Brock, yes. Could be a way of bringing Brock back, yes. Yes. It's a good shout. He sold his soul, says Metal Mama. Metal Mama's convinced. Days 4 hours at 7 a.m. It's New Zealand, England. Oh, I don't know if I want to watch that, James. I feel like I'm just waiting for England to get absolutely spanked. And they were pretty close to getting spanked the other day. And I don't want to see England getting spanked, thank you. That was so out of pocket, but he did the job. So, shout out to you. Cody said technically just lost back-to-back matches. Yeah, he did. That's true. I've been dreaming of a Cody heel turn, so I want it to be true, says Harry. Boomer said this stream is going to end shortly. Boomers, you are so right. You are so flipping right, Boomers. Daze, with Rollins out, could it be that CM Punk, because he doesn't have a title match now? I don't know. I mean, Punk's over on Raw, isn't he? I mean, that would be quite a surprise for him to attack Jacob. I mean, plus also, technically, we know that CM Punk's over in Japan right now. I'm not expecting it to be Punk. I'm on hour 15 of a 16-hour shift, said Tyler. Dudes. Almost at the end, aren't you, buds? Okay, right. Let's end this poll, shall we? We've already had a couple of hundred votes. What people thought about Cody versus Drew, which was the rumoured match. 50, 33, 8, and 9. There we go. Okay, that was SmackDown. Certainly had talking points to it. Maybe it started a little flat, but I think it more than found its way by the end. So, yeah, interesting. Get in your thoughts. I'll put that post up now, asking for your thoughts as to what you thought about this show. I'm going to run away and do the talking points video, but appreciate you joining us. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We're not really around for live streams this weekend, but we do have Unseens coming. So, of course, I think next time you'll see us live will be Monday for Raw, and looking forward to that. We're heading towards Halloween Havoc. We're heading towards some really fun stuff stuff coming up. And of course, we're getting ever closer to John Cena's last match and, of course, Survivor Series. So lots of good things on the way. So thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate it as always. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.